Tonight, we're diving into true scary camping stories from the Appalachians. These are first-hand accounts from people who swear what they saw wasn't just wind, or wildlife, or imagination. When the fire burns low and the night presses in, the mountains remind you, you're not alone. My name is Elena Brooks, and I present this statement as a factual account to the best of my ability. I am 30 years old, a secondary school biology teacher, right-handed, 5'7", in good health, and not given to embellishment. On the last Saturday of October, I hiked with 3 companions to a permitted backcountry site above the Shenandoah Valley. The site lay on a spur, near a saddle of old oak and mountain laurel, 2.5 miles from the trailhead by my tracker. Wind ran steadily from the west. I include these details so that anyone judging what follows will have the conditions plainly before them. We were 4: myself, my brother, Nathan Brooks, 27, an EMT, his partner, April Fisher, 26, a graduate student in environmental policy, and my colleague Maurice Dunn, 32, who coaches wrestling and treats knots and tarps as moral questions. We reached the clearing at 16:40. Someone before us had left a simple fire ring, 8 stones, blackened on their inner faces, set in a rough circle not quite 2 feet across. We gathered only deadfall. We used a small backpacking stove to start a flame, then fed finger, thick twigs, then wrist, thick branches. The fire behaved as a well-built fire does. It brightened, then settled, then gave us the kind of quiet you only hear in the woods when the work is done. An owl that had been calling went silent. Our voices dropped, as if the trees required gentleness. When the logs fell through themselves, the flames lowered to a bed of coals. The coal surface moved like something breathing under a blanket. I was tracing a circle in the ash with a stick when Maurice said, in a voice that left no room for teasing, "Don't stir." He pointed into the heart of the ring. At first I saw only the ordinary pattern of a dying fire. Then I noticed a dark disk, the size of a saucer near the center, rimmed by a paler ash as if an eye were half closed. Ash lifted in a small flutter, not outward, but inward, like breath drawn through cloth. April leaned closer and asked, automatic as a reflex, "Is that normal?" She laughed on the last word, and then pressed her lips together. The dark place puckered and opened along a narrow seam, and something pushed up through that seam with the patience of a root. The tip looked like charred bark, until it flexed along a joint no bark owns. It found purchase on an ember, and the ember brightened as if pleased. The tip became a finger, then 2, then 5, human in count and proportion, not human in substance. The fingers bore a crust like the rind of a burned log. Where the crust cracked, a deeper orange showed. Layered and banded the way wood keeps a record of years. The hand gripped the inner edge of the ring, and the stone hissed. Nate put his palm against the back of my calf without looking away. It was the gesture he uses to steady anxious patience. I stood without meaning to. April caught his sleeve. Maurice did not move at all. We expected the water to end it. Maurice reached for the pot we kept by the ring. April whispered no, the way someone hushes a baby, but I picked up the pot anyway. I poured slowly, aiming to keep the sheet thin. The water struck, screamed into steam, and died in a white cloud. When it cleared, the hand still gripped the stone. It had pushed its fingers deeper, between 2 rocks and held as if hooked there. In the places where water passed, the coals were gray ruin. Elsewhere, a stubborn red showed its lungs. From that red a wrist rose, then the suggestion of a forearm. The smell was a transformer's bright stink braided with something sweet and wrong. The note of fat burned too long. Nate said, in the calm tone I have heard him use in ambulances. We will step back very slowly. We stepped back as one. A second hand surfaced beside the first, dragged plates of black scale that broke and fell like leaves. Both hands clamped the ring. A knee appeared. Another followed it. The body that lifted itself had the plan of a person, and the size of a child, 4 limbs, a narrow torso, a suggestion of a head. It moved as if it had studied us and decided to try the method, not as if it remembered the method from life. Where the crust fell away, the inner material looked like carbon glass. It did not glow uniformly. It pulsed, faintly, with the rhythm of breath. The stones gave small bell, sounds as heat passed through them. One black foot slid from under the plates and set itself on pine needles outside the ring. The needles did not flare. They darkened, softened, and held the weight like bread under a stone. A thread of embered beads rolled after the foot and settled into its print, as if the fire itself wanted to follow and keep what it made. I fetched the pot again and poured a second time. Steam peeled up. When it cleared, the arm wore a fresh, fused shield where droplets had struck and cooled. It had learned. It set the other foot outside the boundary. The word outside felt suddenly cruel. The ring had been a rule. Now the rule belonged to the thing that had crossed it. It turned toward us, not with a face, but with an arrangement that suggested attention. Char fell from the place a face should be and clicked on the needles. The inner orange brightened. Within it I saw faint concentric bands, as if the glow itself had grown rings. It moved its chest plates against one another, with a dry, rhythmic rattle. The rattle edged toward a syllable. I know the mind completes what it wants to complete, but I will write what I heard my name, wrong at each letter and right in rhythm. L, na, as if spoken through warm glass. My first reaction was ungenerous and human. I shook my head and said, no, to the night. Maurice lifted a green stick, not to strike but to mark the distance. April breathed a please that belonged to all of this. The plates found her word and pressed together, and let go on a longer sound that had no lungs in it. It produced a soft echo of please, then fell quiet. It lowered its hand into the ash and lifted the hand again, and the ash clung magnetized. It pressed that ash to its chest, and the layer fused into a thicker plate. It was making itself heavier. It was keeping the heat. The idea that it could plan frightened me more than its heat did. Back away. Nate said again. We backed away in the ancient manner. 3 steps without turning, eyes steady, as if retreat is a spell that must be spoken correctly to work. The thing mirrored us, precisely 3 placements of hand and foot, keeping the distance. It did not lunge. It didn't need to. It allowed the geometry we had created around the fire to persist around us. I had the sense, clear and absurd, that we were still sitting in a circle. Only the circle had gotten up and moved through the forest. A wind from below rose through the trees, and in that breath the last coals brightened as a single creature and then settled. The thing turned back toward the stones. It placed its palm on one, pressed and lifted. The stone rose a finger's width and set itself down an inch aside, obedient as a trained dog. The ring was now a horseshoe. Through the open mouth a thin trail of living coals rolled toward the thing and cooled at its heels. It pivoted toward the dark beyond our clearing. The dark answered by arranging itself, as if the hollow at the edge had decided to become a listener. Nate said my name, not as comfort and not as question, but as a coordinate here. I understood him. People say names when they fear they might lose the map. I put my hand on April's pack and felt the round stiffness of the bare canister. I pictured the switchbacks, the creek crossing, the aluminum sign with bullet holes. I pictured the car like a promise kept by morning. I also pictured the thing at a fixed distance behind us, patient as weather, following because following was what we had taught it. I tried a practical sentence. We are leaving now. The sentence went nowhere. The thing did not acknowledge or bar our way. It simply settled into a posture that matched ours. When I stepped back, it placed a hand, then a foot. When April stumbled, it paused, then resumed. When a twig snapped under my boot, it turned its knot face, then turned back. It behaved like a student trying to be courteous. The absurdity of that almost broke me. Instead of crying, I counted steps, breaths, the small bell, notes the stones made when heat visited them. I counted to make a boundary that could not be moved by a palm. We kept to the switchbacks because moving forward was the last rule left to honor. Maurice walked in front with his headlamp held low, keeping the beam on dirt and roots, never into the trees where eyes might answer. April moved behind him in small, careful steps. Nate stayed just off her shoulder. I took the rear and felt heat at my back, the way a door feels sun while the room remains dark. It was not a sound and not a light, only a pressure that made the hairs on my arms lean toward the trail behind us. Whenever we slowed, the pressure thinned. Whenever we pushed our pace, it thickened, as if it could taste speed. At the first tight bend, Maurice pinched the lamp nearly shut and pointed through the leaves to the lower cut of trail. Between trunks, a smear of embered orange slid straight down the slope, ignoring the safe turns entirely. Laurel drooped in its wake, not burned, but tired, as if the heat had asked too many questions of the sap. No one spoke. Inside my head, a litany tried and failed gas pockets, roots smoldering, tricks of perception. Each answer broke on the memory of fingers finding purchase on stone. It had placed weight outside the ring, mirrored our steps, and now ignored the courtesy of the path, as if paths were for creatures that still needed them. The creek crossed the trail with a shallow whisper. Flat stones offered the usual route. Maurice hopped first. April slid and caught herself on Nate's hand. I came last and felt warmth gather at my spine, patient as a banked stove. Across the water, the figure stood with hands lowered. Ash fell from its palms in a steady sift. Where ash touched the current, it flashed and spun away like minnows. I wanted the old story, water as boundary, to be true. It was not. The thing pressed its fingers to the stepping stones, and steam sprang up in white lilies. Each touch turned rock dull, then glassy. When it reached the slab I had just vacated, a thin cry ran through my boot sole and into my bones. We crossed anyway. There was nowhere else to go but up. The grade steepened. Maurice killed the light at the next bend and whispered for stillness. The dark fell without seams. In that dark, pulses gathered, a coal here, two there, a scattered chain like parts laid out for a job. The pulses threaded together, brightened where they met, and reassembled at the contour of the trail. April's breath ticked against her teeth. Nate's palm found mine and pressed once. The old signal from childhood. Hold the line. I pressed back, and we climbed. We crested the last rise into the trailhead lot. Flat blacktop shone with dew. Our car waited in the far corner facing the woods, windshield pale as a closed eye. Between us and it the figure stood. Taller now by arrangement, not growth plates along the torso had fused smooth, and the glow beneath them ran in even bands like veins under skin. A low ridge had formed where a nose might be. It held still until Maurice raised his lamp and flooded it with full white. The reaction was small but real. It rocked a fraction, rattled once, and a mist of sparks skittered across asphalt and tide. Then it raised one palm. In that palm a letter formed out of breathing ember E. My letter. My body mistook the summons for duty and almost answered aloud. Run, Maurice said, voice ragged from years of telling people how to be safe. We ran. Keys rang against Nate's knuckles. The locks chirped. Doors caught us. The engine turned over and the headlights washed. The lot in a blunt, blessed normal. The figure stepped into that light. No shadow trailed it. The beam flared on its plates and made them look like cooled lava at noon. For a breath it trembled, undecided between copying and resisting. What it chose was shedding. The torso opened along seams that were not seams, and from within a column of smoke rose, laced with embers that did not fall. The column reached above the pines and bent, as if to taste the air. I braced for it to come through the vents. I held my breath. Instead, the column folded inward, swallowing itself. Plates clapped shut. The shape slumped and broke into a husk. Coals rolled across the lot and sighed into small, cooling stars. Nate drove. The lot slid away. I watched the mirror because not watching felt like negligence. At the last curve before the forest closed the view, a single coal flared at the far edge and held steady, like an eye posted as a guard. When I faced forward again, the afterimage rode with me, a little comet under my lids. We did not talk much on the descent. April folded her arms as if keeping herself from shaking. Maurice tapped a rhythm on his knee to prove he still held time. Nate drove with both hands a little higher than usual. I counted reflectors, hairpins, and the breaths it took my pulse to admit we were moving away. Counting helped, until it felt like a net I was weaving from numbers, while something with fire for fingers watched from the trees. The ranger station sat dark at 2 in the morning. A vending machine glowed blue on the porch, the only friendly face. Nate pulled in and cut the engine, but left headlights on. Quiet came in, the machine hummed. A far owl tried a note and let it go. We checked our phones. One bar that came and went like a shy animal. Maurice tried the posted number, listened to nothing, and set his phone face down. April said she was cold. The air was sharp and wet, but a low warmth still wrapped the undercarriage. Not engine heat exactly, more like the even radiance of stones set around a fire. Residual, Nate said, but the word did not settle anywhere useful. I stepped out to stretch and lifted a heel to knock gravel from the treads. In a groove near the back of the sole, something black and glossy rested, the size of a cherry pit. I touched it with the back of my fingernail and drew away at a small, patient sting, the kind you get when you lean too close to a space heater and pretend you didn't. I did not call attention to it. I set my heel, lifted again, and worried the pit against the pavement until it came free with a faint, sticky release. It rolled half an inch and lay still. I ground it under the rubber with slow pressure. A tiny bell note rose from the pavement. The same sound the fire, ring stones had made when heat passed through them. I kept grinding until nothing moved. When I lifted my foot, A circle the size of a coin was darker than the rest of the lot. Back in the car, we made too many plans. Wait for daylight. Drive to town. Call the number on the bulletin board. Pretend we had seen a bear and go home. Tell someone who would put it in a report where sunlight and staplers could pin it down. Each choice felt wrong for its own clever reason. Fog drew itself along the ground, pale goughs in the beams. In the fog I could see ash falling. Not flakes, just the way light changed as specks drifted through it. The ash carried no smell. It settled on the hood in a film so fine, I could only see it when I breathed on the glass and disturbed it. Minutes went long. April dozed and snapped awake inside the same breath. Maurice leaned his seat back and stared at the ceiling as if it might lower instructions. Nate sat forward, hands on the wheel though the engine was off. I told myself the ticks I heard were only cooling metal. Once a gust slid through the lot and the beams caught it just so, turning the mist into a single chest exhaling. It passed. I found my count again. 100 heartbeats, then another, and let the numbers fence what I could not name. I tried to shape a version of events I could hand across a desk without watching the listener's smile go polite. We built a legal fire. Fingers formed. The ring failed. It matched us step for step, said a broken copy of my name, learned light and letters and steam and distance. It shed and reassembled. Driving away did not end it. It traveled in small pieces. That felt less like a suspicion than a thing I already knew. Just before 3, I stepped out again. The warmth under the car had faded to ordinary engine ghost. The coin, dark mark where I had ground the pit, was still there, dulled and harmless. I crouched and touched it with a knuckle. Cool. Beyond the lot, the trees stood in their numbers. Meaning what trees mean when they have already decided something and are waiting to see if you learn it too. We had not chosen whether to wake whoever slept behind the office door when dawn began to argue its case over the ridge. The sky did not brighten so much as pick a color other than black. Somewhere down valley a truck braked and coughed. Nate exhaled a breath he had been holding in parts. Maurice sat up. April rubbed her forearms and nodded to no one. I watched the door and thought, if someone steps out now and asks what happened, I will tell it plain and risk sounding like a person afraid of words. The machine hummed on. The owl gave one clear call and went quiet. A wind slid off the ridge and brought no smoke with it. I almost said, we're okay, just to hear the words and see if they could stand. I kept them. The lot gave one faint bell note from no place I could name, like a spoon against a cup. We waited for the sun to put a shoulder over the trees and give us permission to act like the day could fix what the night had taught. We did not greet the sun with joy. We watched it like people watching a verdict being read. Dawn leaned across the ridgeline, slow, pale, and far too gentle for what had passed. The ranger station never opened. No truck arrived, no door creaked. The vending machine kept its hum, stubborn as a witness refusing to leave. By 7, fog lay in bands that burned off from the top down, leaving thin veils at knee height. Every time one slipped across the lot, I thought I saw it pulse. The same inward draw we had seen in the coals. The way ash inhaled. Nate finally broke the silence. We have to leave. He had both hands on the wheel again, though the engine was dead. Maurice nodded but kept his eyes on the tree line. April only hugged her jacket tight and whispered, "It'll follow." None of us disagreed. The question was whether it was safer to risk being followed on the open road or to sit still and let it decide how long stillness should last. We chose motion. The engine stuttered awake, headlamps faded into day. The asphalt curved away, leading us down the mountain. At each bend I braced for orange glow in the ditch, coals in the brush, something keeping pace. For miles there was nothing but deer prints in mud and turkey, vultures lifting off telephone poles. Hope began to play its old trick. Maybe it had burned itself out. Maybe dawn had rules we hadn't known. Then the smell came back. Not smoke. Not wood. That wrong sweetness of fat cooked too long. April pressed her sleeve to her face. Maurice lowered the window, gagging. Nate gripped the wheel harder and said nothing. I looked into the side mirror. At first I thought it was just exhaust. A thread of gray trailed the car, ordinary as breath in cold air. Then sparks winked in it, tiny, patient lights, stringing themselves into patterns. The thread kept pace, always the same distance behind, no matter how the road twisted. I leaned out and felt heat on my cheek, faint but deliberate. We argued then, louder than we should have. Maurice said speed. Nate said steady. April begged for us to stop. I listened to the quarrel as if it were strangers talking, because part of me was elsewhere, locked on those sparks riding in air. I saw a shape form a curve, then a line, then a broken letter. Not mine this time. N.A. April's. She saw it too. Her scream filled the car, broke against the roof, folded back into us. Nate slammed the brakes. Tires squealed. We came to rest on a turnout where a stone wall cut the drop. Silence rushed back. The thread drifted forward, folded on itself, and vanished. The smell lingered, low and greasy. We did not move for long minutes. April sobbed into her sleeves. Maurice muttered a prayer not meant for us. Nate shook his head again and again as if each shake could reset the world. I sat stiff, eyes on the tree line, waiting for the sparks to flare again. When they didn't, we drove on. Lower roads led into farmland, then small towns with church steeples and shuttered diners. We saw people at last, a man sweeping a porch, a dog tugging a leash, a boy pedaling a bike too small. For the first time in 12 hours, life looked unshaken. We parked at a diner and stumbled inside. The waitress filled mugs with coffee we didn't drink. The smell of bacon rose from the kitchen, and I thought I would choke on it, because under it I smelled that same sweetness. April whispered, "Do you hear it?" None of us answered, but we all listened. Over the rattle of plates and the scrape of forks, a faint sound ran like a secret under the floorboards. A dry, rhythmic clicking. Plates against plates, or chest plates rattling to speak. I told myself it was only the kitchen. But when the waitress set down our check, the paper trembled faintly as though from heat beneath it. We paid. We left. I will not unwind the whole day. We drove. We reached my house. We shut the blinds though it was noon. Maurice refused to sit near the fireplace. Nate scrubbed his hands raw in the sink. April refused to speak at all. I tried to record details, thinking clarity would save us. Words failed. Ash drifted across my page as though from an invisible grate. That night I dreamed of the fire ring. Not as it was, but as it had become. Open. Horseshoe. Shaped. The mouth it had made for itself. In the dream the stones rang, one after another, in the order of our steps down the trail. The sound spelled something. I woke before I understood. We did not camp again. We did not tell the story to friends or family, or anyone who might laugh. We lived as if silence was a lid. And still, weeks later, ash collects in corners of my house, though no fire has burned. The smell arrives at odd hours, sweet, clinging, wrong. Once, washing dishes, I heard my name pressed out of steam on the window. I know it is not gone. It learned us. It walked with us. It waits with us now, maybe in the ember lodged under a shoe, maybe in the dust that rides vents, maybe in the letters sparks can write on empty air. It will not forget what it pulled from the coals, because we taught it how to carry fire past the ring. My name is Peter Maddox, and I offer this account in plain, orderly language, as I would a signed statement. I am 34, resident of Knoxville, employed as an accountant, and a cautious hiker by habit and temperament. I keep to marked trails, I check weather twice, and I pack by lists. On the second weekend of October, my brother, Michael, and I camped above Elkmont in the Great Smoky Mountains. Around 4 o'clock, I walked ahead to stretch my legs before sunset, following the Jake's Gap Trail, along the slope where the leaves already showed copper at their edges, and the air had the clean smell of a creek you cannot yet see. The path angled through rhododendron and laurel whose leaves looked like dark leather. The air smelled faintly of river stones, though the water ran somewhere out of sight. I could hear it in pieces, a soft hiss under the small sounds a forest keeps for itself. Bird calls checked and answered, a falling twig, a squirrel committing to its rattling run. I kept a deliberate pace and let my breath settle. When the trail doubled back around a mossed boulder, a voice said my name, and I stopped with both boots together, as if the sound had closed a gate across the tread. It said, "Peter," the way my brother says it when he finds my mistake before I do. The sound was not loud, and it did not echo. It arrived and stayed, like a coin placed gently on wood. I turned and saw only trunks, dark leaves, and thin light. No person stood among them. I called Michael's name and waited. I whistled the pattern we use when we are within 100 yards. Nothing answered but the ordinary breath of the trees. Farther down the slope, a white scrap fluttered from a branch, and then was still, and I told myself it was birch peeling in a shape that looked like cloth. At the next bend, the voice called again. "Down here. Shortcut." It had my brother's vowels, and the friendly impatience he wears when he is half joking and half serious. We had no use for a shortcut. The loop was modest, and the light, though soft, left ample time. Michael is the one who taught me not to leave a trail without a cause you can state aloud. I stood and counted 3 slow breaths to give my mind something it could finish. Then I said, clearly and without edge, that I would meet him at the overlook above the switchbacks. I dislike stepping off trid. The ground outside a path keeps its own ledgers. Loose rock, slick leaves, ankle holds that do not look like traps until they close. Yet I took one step to look around the boulder, and another because the soil felt firm. Nothing waited there. A penny taste rose in the back of my mouth without reason. The white scrap had shifted lower in the hollow. The voice came a third time, so near it did not seem to travel through air. "Pete," it said. I turned quickly enough that my pack straps bit my shoulders. No one stood in the brush. My own name hung in the air like smoke that did not move. I walked on because motion is the oldest medicine I trust. The trail passed through a laurel tunnel, written over years with the initials of people who believed the leaves were permanent. Light gathered there like thin water that had decided to be still. My boots made the careful, muted sounds I know from a dozen hikes. At the far end of the tunnel, I found prints someone had slipped at a washout and a scuff where they had righted themselves. I noted those facts to tether myself to them. Behind me, from a distance that could have been 20 feet or 200, my name appeared again. Softer now, the syllables smoothed by leaves. The overlook gave me blue folds of the opposite ridge and a clean band of sky like a calm mind. I took a photograph because the ritual steadies me. It makes a place recorded, and therefore less likely to be a trick. My phone showed no service, which I had expected. On the way back, the sun lay lower, and the trees set their shadows like planks across the tread. Twice a faint social trail bent away toward damp shade, and twice my feet made the quiet decision not to follow. The voice kept pace with my choices, never hurried, always nearby, as if the woods had discovered how to speak with a mouth it had borrowed. At camp, Michael stood by the ring of stones with the hatchet loose in his hand. Smoke from the small fire rose in a tidy column before it found a wind. I lifted my palm without thinking and said, "You heard it." He nodded once, the way men nod when they want facts more than sympathy. "It called me using you," he said. "I stayed here." His eyes moved past me toward the trail and then to the trees on either side, as if he were trying to draw lines on a map no one had printed. We made the fire larger than the chill required. The act felt sensible, like adding numbers twice. We ate without appetite and slept without rest. Something pressed the tent wall 3 times in the night, as if a hand were finding the shape of fabric. Each time I woke and did not speak. Just before dawn, I dreamed our mother stood on the other side of the mesh and whispered my name in the tone she used when snow had fallen and she wanted us up without complaint. I woke with my jaw clenched and kept the dream to myself, because there are truths that do not help. In the morning, we agreed to break camp, take the shorter loop, and report what we had heard. The plan sat between us like a set square on a desk. The voice called while I shook dew from the fly. "Pete, I need your help," it said from the empty air just beyond the fire ring. Michael looked at me and mouthed no. He had not spoken. The tone was exactly ours, but the content was not. We do not ask for help in that bare way. We cover it with a reason or a joke. I took the whistle because process is an anchor when belief begins to tilt. 3 blasts. Quiet. The same sentence repeated, identical in timing and pressure, as if read from a card. The 3rd time it added, "Down here," with a pull that seemed to lower the ground by an inch. We shouldered our packs and walked together to the trail, keeping to the center, speaking only to set landmarks in place. The forest had shifted by the smallest measurable amount. Distances were correct, yet spaces were wrong. The laurel tunnel held shade darker than the hour permitted. In the dirt of the inside bend, shallow marks suggested prints and then changed their minds. 5 notches, 4, 3, not tracked by any animal I know. We moved past without pausing, because there are details that remove options when examined. At the overlook, a single bar of signal rose and fell like a trick candle. I typed a message that did not send and erased it, rather than hold a sentence I could not deliver. On the way back toward camp, the voice spoke my name with a new tenderness. It did not imitate my brother now. It used him as a starting shape and stepped closer to something else. "Peter," it said, and the word worked inside my head as if it belonged there already. I did not look. I set one boot down, then the next. I thought of the ranger and her serious smile. I thought of rules. I thought of ledgers balanced to the penny. I kept walking because walking was the only sentence that did not lie. The forest waited, as if the trees themselves had leaned to hear my choice. We came within sight of camp. Smoke wavered in a thin line. Michael lifted his hand in a small signal that meant stop, listen. From the rhododendron clump beyond our fire ring, my brother's voice asked, very politely, "Peter, could you bring the hatchet?" The real Michael stood beside me, breathing hard and quiet, his empty hands open. I did not answer. The polite voice tried again, with the same inflection, down to the small lift at the end. It did not sound tired. It did not sound angry. It sounded patient and closer than before. That is where I end this first account. Embers clicked once, like teeth, and then the clearing waited. My brother and I left the clearing at first light. The fire had burned itself into dull gray coals, and neither of us wanted to strike a match for breakfast. We shouldered our packs in silence, listening to the woods gather their morning voices. Birds sang their opening bars. The creek-down slope sharpened into a rush, and every natural sound seemed meant to disguise the one we feared. I carried the hatchet because I would not leave it behind, though its weight pulled wrong at my arm. Michael set the pace, slow but steady, and I counted steps in my head, a habit from long hikes when thought begins to fray. The forest did not return to normal. It wore its ordinary shape, trunks rising, leaves layered, but the air held an undertone, a hum pitched just below hearing. We spoke only to mark landmarks. Ridge Rock, Michael would say. North Spur, I would answer. The ritual made our feet belong again to the trail. By mid-morning we reached a fork, where the official sign should have stood. The post was gone, as if pulled neatly from the earth. Only a hole showed, ringed with damp soil. Michael crouched and touched it with 2 fingers, then shook his head. He did not like to name oddities in the field. I felt a swell of relief that he kept his silence, because naming a thing can call it closer. From the left-hand trail came my name. Not shouted, not urgent, simply offered, like a neighbor greeting across a fence. Peter. The voice was mine. I do not mean it resembled my voice, I mean it matched it perfectly. Down to the pause between syllables I never notice until it is repeated. I tasted metal on my tongue, sharp as a penny heated in the sun. Michael's shoulders locked. "Keep walking," he said low and even. We took the right hand path, boots steady. Behind us the voice asked again. Then softer, as if satisfied we had heard. We passed 2 hikers an hour later, a man and woman older than ourselves, wearing gear bought in the last decade. They greeted us politely. Their eyes lingered too long, as if they meant to ask something and chose not to. When they moved on, Michael turned once to watch. "Did you notice?" he asked. I had. Their packs were light enough for a short loop, but both wore heavy boots suited for longer routes. Details that misalign stay with me longer than they should. We walked faster until their steps faded. At midday we stopped where the trail widened near a stone outcrop. The sun reached us there, white and square. I opened a pack of crackers, chewed once, and stopped. A sound came from the trees below the ledge, rhythmic and exact. The snap of dry sticks under weight. It circled, keeping distance, but the steps carried a cadence too measured to be animal. Michael raised his hand for quiet. Then the voice came again. "Down here. Bring water." This time it used our father's tone, a memory I had not invited. I closed my eyes and saw him by the garage, oil on his hands, asking for a tool in that same inflection. The shock of it left me cold. Michael touched my arm hard enough to ground me. "Don't answer," he said. His eyes did not leave the trees. The sound withdrew, deliberate as it had come. We sat without speaking until the sun shifted and the ledge lost its square of light. Then we rose and walked on. The afternoon grew longer than it should have. The trail looped as mapped, yet we did not return to camp. Instead, the switchbacks repeated, leading us past the same cluster of beaches 3 times. On the 3rd pass, I stopped and touched the bark. My initials carved there stared back at me, fresh as if cut that morning. I do not carry a knife. My brother's jaw worked as if he might break a tooth on silence. He set off again without comment, and I followed because any path, even wrong, is still forward. By late afternoon, we found a clearing neither of us knew. The grass lay bent, pressed flat in a wide ring. At its center stood a cairn, stones stacked waist-high. The sight felt like a rebuke. Hikers do not raise such markers here. Michael circled once, his hand on the hatchet I still carried. A single voice came from the cairn, flat and patient. "Peter, come help me." This time it did not borrow tone or timbre. It was not my brother's, nor mine, nor my father's. It was built from their pieces, a patchwork of memory shaped into a tool. The sound seemed to come from beneath the stones themselves. My breath shortened until I counted it to keep control. Inhale 1. Exhale 2. We backed away, step by careful step. The cairn did not fall or shift, but the voice repeated its sentence without end, as if on a loop. Evening descended too quickly. We had walked hours past our measured, and yet no trailhead, no marked sign appeared. When full dark settled, we camped unwillingly at a hollow between roots. Michael built a fire larger than sense advised, flame tall enough to draw notice. The night pressed close, carrying no breeze. Smoke rose and clung in a low ceiling. As we ate without appetite, the woods began to speak. Not with one voice but many, all in the same cadence, each using a name. Mine. Over and over in the tones of strangers and kin alike, some living, some long gone. They wove together, not shouting, not whispering, simply persisting. I placed my hands on my knees to keep them from shaking. My brother stared into the flames as if they alone carried order. At some point I slept, though I do not remember the decision. I woke with the fire low and the woods silent. Michael sat awake, his face drawn. "It's waiting," he said, as if stating the balance of a ledger. I knew without asking what he meant. We sat until the first color of dawn crept in, waiting for the voice to return. It did not. The silence felt like preparation. We moved at first light, shoulders aching from the fireless night. The woods felt closer, as though the trunks had drawn in by inches while we slept. I carried the hatchet because leaving it seemed like surrender. Michael set his jaw and walked without looking back. The silence pressed until it broke on its own. A voice spoke from the ridge behind us, calm and certain. "You will answer me today." Neither of us said a word. We just kept going, east toward where we believed the road must lie. The ground fell steep, gullies opening like jaws. We slid more than we walked, holding roots for balance. Every few minutes a sound followed, steps measured matching ours. When we stopped, it stopped. When we hurried, it hurried. My throat dried, and I rationed each sip of water as if noise itself might call the thing closer. Mid-morning brought fog. Not the kind that drifts in patches, but a heavy wall that turned the air into milk. Trees became silhouettes, then shadows, then nothing. Michael tied cord from his pack between us so we would not lose each other. The mist dampened every sound except the one we feared. My name rose from it, spoken softly, like a breath against the ear. Peter. I flinched though no air stirred. Michael yanked the cord, grounding me. His eyes looked raw, red-rimmed yet steady. He mouthed one word, walk. The fog thinned near noon, revealing a hollow with a black pool at its center. The surface reflected nothing. Not trees, not sky, just void. At the far edge, a log stretched like a bridge. On it lay a jacket, my jacket. The same faded green, the same tear at the cuff, but mine was strapped to my pack. I touched the fabric on my shoulder to be sure. The jacket across the water rose without wind, sleeves lifting as if arms filled them. Then a voice, my own, came from its empty hood. Stay here, it's safer. Michael threw a stone into the pool. It did not splash. It sank without ripple, swallowed whole. We backed away, slow and stiff, until the hollow vanished behind brush. I felt the absence of sound there more than its presence. By late afternoon, we found the old logging road. Relief came sharp and sudden, almost painful. The packed earth showed grooves from machines long gone, but it led downhill, and downhill meant people. We followed it until the sun tilted low. That was when we saw the cabin. Gray boards, roof sagging, chimney broken. A place not marked on any map. Smoke curled faintly from the chimney, as if someone had just stoked it. Michael stopped. We shouldn't, he said. Yet our bodies ached, and the thought of walls, even rotten ones, pulled hard. I tested the door. It opened without resistance. Inside, the air smelled of ash and damp. A fire burned low in the hearth, though no one tended it. On the table lay 2 plates, each with bread that had not molded, each with a knife beside it. And on the far wall, scratched deep into the wood, was my name, repeated row after row, until the boards looked flayed. The voice spoke then, from the fire itself. Rest. My legs wanted to obey. The heat drew me, and for a moment I imagined how easy it would be to lower myself, to eat, to stop. Michael gripped my wrist until bone pressed bone. Oat, he said, not loud, but final. We backed into the night, and as soon as the door shut, the cabin vanished. No smoke, no roofline, only trees. Darkness took us without warning. No dusk, no fading light, just night, sudden and entire. Stars showed, but dim, pale as dust. The woods began their chorus again, 100 voices, each calling my name in perfect unison. My knees buckled under the weight of it. Michael raised the hatchet like a cross against a storm. The voices stopped as if cut. Then one returned, gentle as a lullaby. Answer, and it ends. I wanted to. Every part of me wanted to. But I remembered the cairn, the rope, the jacket, the cabin. Each gift had been bait. Each word a snare. I pressed my lips shut until they hurt. Michael leaned close, his breath ragged. One more night, he said. We'll last one more, we'll find the road. His faith steadied me, though I knew it was made of desperation. We built no fire. We sat in cold, backs together, waiting for dawn. Around us, the forest breathed. Sometimes it shifted, sometimes it whispered, sometimes it stood still. Near midnight, the earth beneath us trembled, as if something vast moved below. From the ground itself, my name rose again. It came through soil and stone, deep as roots. My teeth rattled, my heart thrashed. I nearly broke. Michael's hand clamped mine. That contact kept me whole. When the first gray bled into the sky, the voices ceased. Birds sang again, honest and small. The world looked unchanged, yet nothing felt the same. My brother's face showed what mine must have. Drained, carved down to bone. We rose without words and walked east. Each step felt like defiance, each breath borrowed. I do not know if the road is near. I do not know if the voice has truly ended. But I have learned this much: silence can be a trap, and sound can be a snare. Yet the only choice left to me is to keep walking until one of them breaks me. My name is Holly Pierce. For the better part of my 32 years, I've found more comfort in the stoic silence of mountains than in the clamor of cities. I'm a geomorphologist, which is a fancy way of saying I study how landscapes are formed. It's a job that requires patience, solitude, and a deep, abiding respect for the raw power of the natural world. It's a profession that has taken me to some of the most remote and untouched corners of the continent. Places where the only footprints you find are your own, and the only sounds are the wind whistling through ancient pines and the distant cry of a hawk. I've weathered freak blizzards in the Rockies, navigated treacherous slot canyons in Utah, and spent weeks on end without seeing another human soul. I am not easily rattled. I am competent. I am prepared, and I am, above all, a rationalist. There is a geological or meteorological explanation for almost everything. And for the things there aren't, there is usually a biological one. I believe that with every fiber of my being. I believed it right up until that trip to the Sawtooth Wilderness. The Sawtooths in early autumn are a spectacle of brutal beauty. Jagged granite peaks, sharp enough to tear holes in the sky, loom over valleys carpeted in the fiery golds and deep crimsons of the changing season. I'd secured a permit for a 2-week solo trek, a traverse that would take me deep into the backcountry, far from the designated trails and weekend hikers. My goal was to study a series of glacial cirques, bowl-shaped hollows carved by ancient ice, that were poorly documented. For the first 5 days, the trip was exactly what I'd hoped for: challenging, isolating, and breathtakingly beautiful. The solitude was a balm, a heavy, comfortable blanket that settled over me the further I walked from the trailhead. I made camp each night with the practiced efficiency of a seasoned backpacker. My small, sturdy olive green tent a familiar haven against the vast, indifferent wilderness. On the 6th day, I reached a high alpine basin, a pristine valley cradled between 2 towering ridges. It was a perfect place to make camp. A crystal-clear stream, fed by a lingering patch of snow high above, meandered through a meadow dotted with late-season wildflowers. The air was thin and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I set up my tent on a flat patch of ground near. The stream cooked my dehydrated meal, and settled in to watch the sunset paint the opposing ridge in strokes of orange and pink. The ridge opposite me was a mirror of my own, a long, serrated spine of rock and scattered trees, perhaps a mile away as the crow flies. The valley between us was deep and shadowed. As the last sliver of the sun disappeared, the world was plunged into the deep, velvety blue of twilight. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a pinprick of color against the darkening greens and grays of the far ridge. A splash of red. My initial thought was that it was a patch of particularly vibrant foliage I had somehow missed earlier. But the color was too uniform, too artificial. It had the sharp, clean hue of manufactured dye, not the organic modeling of an autumn leaf. I pulled my binoculars from my pack, my brow furrowing with a mild sense of irritation. Solitude was the prize I sought on these trips, and the idea of another camper setting up, so close yet so visibly, felt like an intrusion. I focused the lenses. dialing the knob until the image sharpened. It was a tent. A dome-style tent, not dissimilar to my own in shape, but it was a startling, brilliant, fire engine red. It was situated in a small clearing on the slope, perfectly positioned to get the last rays of sunlight. Just as I was. I lowered the binoculars, a sigh escaping my lips. So much for being alone. Still, the wilderness was for everyone. I had no more right to be here than they did. Maybe they were fellow researchers, or just climbers looking for a new route. I decided to make the best of it. I waved a wide, sweeping gesture over my head, but there was no response. The tent just sat there, a silent, crimson intrusion on the landscape. I scanned the area around it for any sign of movement. A campfire, a person stretching after a long day's hike. But there was nothing. Just the tent. As the sky deepened from cobalt to indigo, and the first stars began to prick the darkness, a strange thing happened. The red tent began to glow. It wasn't the soft, flickering yellow of a lantern from within. It wasn't a reflection of some unseen light source. The fabric of the tent itself seemed to be emitting a low, steady, crimson luminescence. It was a deep, bloody light, pulsing with a slow, almost imperceptible rhythm, like a sleeping heart. I raised my binoculars again, my own heart starting to beat a little faster. The image swam into focus, and the sight sent a cold shiver down my spine. The light was definitely coming from the tent, not in it. The entire structure was saturated with this unnatural red glow, a beacon of saturated color against the now monochrome landscape. The rhythmic pulse became more obvious through the lenses, a slow, deliberate beat. Thump, 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 thump. The light would swell, intensifying for a second, then recede slightly, a wave of deep red washing over the fabric. My rational mind scrambled for an explanation. A new type of camping gear, maybe. Some kind of solar, charged fabric that released its energy as light. It seemed plausible, if a little flamboyant for the backcountry. But why red, and why the pulse? It was deeply unsettling. I kept watching, waiting for a figure to be silhouetted against the glowing walls, for the zipper to open, for any sign of the occupant. But nothing happened. The silent, rhythmic glow was the only sign of life, if you could call it that. The temperature dropped, and the chill I felt had little to do with the mountain air. I built a small campfire, more for a sense of security than for warmth. The cheerful crackle of the flames, and their warm, yellow light felt like a flimsy shield against the insistent red pulse from across the valley. It felt watchful. The single-minded glow was directed into the vast emptiness of the valley, but I felt like a target. It was as if this strange beacon was there just for me. Paranoia began to prickle at the edges of my carefully constructed composure. I'd never felt this way before. I'd faced down a bear, been stalked by a mountain lion, and felt nothing but a primal, understandable fear. This was different. This was an insidious dread, a creeping sense of wrongness that seeped into my bones. I tried to ignore it. I focused on the stars, naming the constellations. I listened to the familiar night sounds. The hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, the gentle gurgle of the stream. But my eyes were constantly drawn back to the ridge. The red light dominated the darkness, a wound in the night. It didn't illuminate the clearing around it. The light seemed to be contained by the fabric itself, making the tent an isolated object of pure, malevolent color. The pulse was maddening. It seemed to match the growing rhythm of my own frantic heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. Sleep was out of the question. I sat huddled by my fire, feeding it stick by stick, my gaze locked on the tent. Every shadow cast by the firelight seemed to twist into a menacing shape. The wind whispering through the trees sounded like voices, too low to be understood. My mind, starved of sleep and fueled by anxiety, began to play tricks on me. I thought I saw movement near the red tent, a dark shape detaching itself from the shadows, only for it to resolve back into a misshapen rock when I squinted. Hours crawled by. The moon rose, a pale, indifferent crescent, but its gentle light was completely overpowered by the tent's hellish glow. I felt a desperate, primal urge to pack up my things and hike through the darkness to get as far away from that place as I could. But my training, my ingrained rationality, held me in place. Running blindly through the mountains at night was a death sentence. And what was I running from? A tent with a weird light. I would sound like a lunatic. I had to stay put, wait for morning, and then investigate. My scientific curiosity battled with my rising terror. I had to know what it was. I had to have an explanation. The unknown was a vacuum, and my fear was rushing in to fill it. As the first hint of gray began to soften the eastern sky, the red glow began to fade. It didn't flicker out, it receded, as if the color was being drained from the fabric, until, just as the sun's first rays touched the highest peaks, it was gone. Through my binoculars, I could see it clearly in the morning light, a simple, fire engine red tent, looking perfectly ordinary, even cheerful, in its small clearing. There was still no sign of its owner. Exhaustion weighed on me like a physical cloak. My body ached from the tension of the long night, and my eyes were gritty from lack of sleep. But my resolve was firm. I packed a day pack with water, food, and my emergency beacon. I left my camp standing, a silent, olive green witness to my departure. I had to cross the valley. I had to walk up that ridge. I had to see who was in that red tent. I had to understand the light. As I started in the descent into the shadowy valley, a single, terrifying thought echoed in my mind. A thought that I tried desperately to push away. What if there's no one there at all? The hike down into the valley was harder than I anticipated. The slope was steep, covered in loose scree that shifted and slid under my boots with every step. My legs, heavy with fatigue, trembled with the strain. The adrenaline that had propelled me from my camp was beginning to wear off, replaced by a deep, gnawing exhaustion. The sun was climbing higher, but its warmth didn't seem to penetrate the valley floor, which was still wrapped in a cold, damp shadow. A profound silence pressed in on me from all sides. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of the wilderness I was accustomed to. This was a dead silence, an absence of sound that felt unnatural. There were no birds calling from the sparse trees, no squirrels chattering in the undergrowth, not even the buzz of insects. The only sound was the crunch of my boots on the rock and the ragged rhythm of my own breathing. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. My sleep-deprived mind, frayed and on edge, turned every twisted root into a grasping hand, every gust of wind into a whispered warning. The thought that had plagued me as I left my camp, what if there's no one there at all, had taken root and was now branching into even more terrifying possibilities. What if there was something there, but it wasn't a person? My scientific mind, my anchor of rationality, tried to reel these thoughts in. I was a geomorphologist. I dealt in rock, ice, and time, not in monsters and phantoms. There was a logical explanation for everything, and I was simply overtired and letting my imagination run away with me. The tent was probably packed up. The camper was likely an early riser who had already moved on. The glowing was a technical malfunction, a strange new piece of gear I wasn't familiar with. I repeated these rationalizations like a mantra, but they felt hollow, flimsy words against the oppressive weight of the valley's silence. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the valley floor and crossed the same stream that flowed past my own campsite. Here, the water was sluggish, flowing over dark, moss-covered rocks. I paused to refill my water bottle, my hands shaking slightly. I looked up at the ridge I was about to climb. From this vantage point, it looked even more imposing, a sheer wall of granite and pine. The clearing where I'd seen the tent was not visible from here, hidden by the curve of the slope. The climb up was a grueling, long, burning affair. I used my hands to pull myself up over ledges of rock, my fingers digging into the cold stone. Sweat trickled down my back, despite the chill in the air. The silence persisted, broken only by my own grunts of exertion. The feeling of being watched intensified with every foot of elevation I gained. It was a physical sensation, a prickling on the back of my neck that made me stop and scan the trees around me every few minutes. But there was never anything there, just the silent, watchful trees and the cold, unblinking granite. Finally, I pulled myself over the last rise and stumbled into the clearing. For a moment, I just stood there, breathing heavily, my heart hammering against my ribs. The clearing was empty. The relief that washed over me was so intense it almost brought me to my knees. It was gone. The tent was gone. There was no one here. I was alone. A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat. I had spent a sleepless night terrified of a tent, and the owner had simply packed up and left before sunrise. I felt like an idiot, a sleep-deprived, paranoid fool who had let the isolation of the wilderness get the better of her. I walked further into the clearing, a wide grin of relief spreading across my face. The clearing was a small, roughly circular patch of flattened grass, about 20 feet in diameter. It was a perfect campsite, sheltered from the wind by a thick stand of pines. I scanned the ground for any sign of the previous occupant. Footprints, a discarded wrapper, the ashes of a campfire. There was nothing. The ground was pristine, untouched. It looked as if no one had ever been here. My relief began to curdle back into unease. A skilled backcountry camper practices leave no trace, but this was something else. This was an impossible level of cleanliness. There wasn't a single blade of grass bent out of place, not a single disturbed pebble. It was as if the tent and its occupant had never existed at all. Had I imagined it? Had the stress of the solo trip finally caused me to hallucinate? It seemed like the only logical explanation. I was about to turn and leave, to hike back to my camp and get some much-needed sleep when my eyes fell upon it. In the exact center of the clearing, where I had seen the red tent standing, was a ring of scorched earth. I approached it slowly, my earlier fears flooding back with a vengeance. It was a perfect circle, about 10 feet in diameter, the exact footprint of a dome tent. My tent. The grass within the circle was gone, incinerated down to the bare soil. But the ground wasn't just blackened, it was fused, vitrified, as if struck by an incredible, localized heat. The earth had been cooked into a dark, glassy slag. The edges of the circle were unnervingly precise, a clean line separating the charred ground from the untouched green grass just an inch away. There was no gradient of burning, no singed blades of grass at the periphery. It was a binary state untouched and obliterated, I knelt down, my scientific curiosity momentarily overpowering my fear. I reached out a hesitant finger to touch the blackened ground. It was cold. Not just cool, but unnaturally cold, like a block of ice. The chill of it seeped into my fingertip, a deep, penetrating cold that was utterly wrong. The morning sun was shining directly on this spot, yet the ground felt like it had been in a deep freeze. I snatched my hand back as if I'd been burned. I stood up and backed away, my mind reeling. What could do this? A lightning strike? No. A lightning strike is chaotic, branching. It would have left a spiderweb of fused earth, and likely would have set the surrounding trees on fire. This was too perfect, too contained. A campfire? Impossible. No campfire could generate enough heat to vitrify soil, and it wouldn't leave such a geometrically perfect ring. Then I smelled it. A faint, acrid odor hanging in the still air. It wasn't the smell of burnt wood or grass. It was a sharp, chemical smell, like ozone after a thunderstorm, mingled with something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, like burnt sugar and hot copper. The smell made the fine hairs on my arms stand up. It was the smell of wrongness, of something that did not belong in the natural world. The last vestiges of my rationality crumbled into dust. This was not a natural phenomenon. This was not the work of another camper. My mind, which had been so desperately seeking a logical explanation, was now faced with a reality it could not comprehend. And in the vacuum of that understanding, pure, unadulterated terror rushed in. The feeling of being watched was no longer a paranoid fantasy. It was a certainty. I was an intruder here. I had stumbled upon something I was not meant to see. I turned and fled. I didn't walk, I ran. I scrambled back down the ridge, sliding down scree slopes, scraping my hands and knees on the sharp rocks. I didn't care. I just had to get away. The silence of the valley was no longer empty. It was filled with a menacing presence. I felt its eyes on my back, a cold weight that spurred me on. I splashed through the stream without breaking stride, my boots filling with icy water. The climb back up to my own ridge was a desperate, panicked scramble. My lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. When I finally crested the ridge and saw my own little olive green tent, a wave of relief so powerful, it buckled my legs, washed over me. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. My tent, my safe place, a familiar anchor in a world that had suddenly become terrifyingly alien. After several minutes, my breathing slowed, and my heart stopped trying to beat its way out of my chest. I pushed myself to my feet and stumbled toward my tent. All I wanted was to crawl inside, zip it shut, and hide. As I got closer, I noticed the flap was slightly unzipped. A small 6-inch gap. I froze. I never, ever leave my tent unzipped. Not even a fraction. It's a cardinal rule in the backcountry to keep insects and critters out. I distinctly remembered zipping it completely shut before I left. I strained my memory, trying to recall my actions from that morning. I saw it clearly in my mind's eye, pulling the zipper all the way down until the two metal tabs met with a soft clink. My blood ran cold. Someone, or something, had been here. Time seemed to stop. I stood rooted to the spot, my gaze fixed on the 6-inch gap in my tent's zipper. My entire world, which had been violently appended by the impossible sight in the opposite clearing, now narrowed to this single, terrifying detail. The scorched ring was a mystery, an anomaly of the natural world that terrified me on a cosmic level. But this was personal. This was a violation. The sanctity of my camp, my one tiny bastion of safety in this vast, indifferent wilderness, had been breached. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague paranoia. It was a concrete fact. Something had been here. It had stood where I was standing now. It had touched my tent. My mind raced, trying to form a coherent thought through the static of my fear. An animal. A bear, perhaps. Curious about the smell of my food. No. A bear would have ripped the tent to shreds. It would have been a scene of chaotic destruction. This was subtle, deliberate. The zipper had been pulled down, not torn. It was an act of intelligence, of manipulation. Or perhaps it was a person, a fellow hiker playing a twisted prank. The thought was almost as terrifying as the alternative. To think that another human being could be out here, stalking me, watching me, entering my shelter while I was away. It filled me with a cold, a visceral dread. I took a slow, deliberate step backward, my hand reaching for the small can of bear spray on my hip. My fingers fumbled with the safety clip. I scanned the trees, the rocks, the deep shadows that were beginning to lengthen as the afternoon wore on. The dead silence of the valley pressed in, amplifying the frantic thudding of my own heart. I called out, my voice a ragged croak that was swallowed by the immense emptiness. Is anyone there? The silence was my only answer. A silence so profound it felt like a presence in itself. I knew then, with a certainty that defied all logic, that I was not dealing with a person. Or at least, not a person as I understood the term. What I was dealing with had left a vitrified, ice, cold ring of earth on the other side of the valley. It had glowed with an impossible, blood, red light. And now it had come to my camp. I had to know what was inside. The thought was insane, but my scientific curiosity, the very core of my being, was a stubborn, insistent thing. It was a compulsion. I had to have data. I had to observe. I crept forward, my bear spray held out in front of me like a talisman. My hand trembled so violently I was afraid I would accidentally discharge it. I reached the tent and stopped, listening. There was no sound from within. No breathing, no rustling of fabric. Just the dead, heavy silence. With my free hand, I grabbed the zipper tab. It was cold to the touch. I took a deep, shuddering breath and pulled it down in one swift, decisive motion. The interior of my tent was cast in the dim, green, filtered light of the afternoon sun. At first glance, everything was exactly as I had left it. My sleeping bag was rolled out. My inflatable pillow was at its head. My backpack with my food and extra clothes was tucked into a corner. My research notebook and pencils lay beside the sleeping bag. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing was broken. Nothing was stolen. I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe had just been careless and hadn't zipped the tent completely. But I knew I was lying to myself. I had not been careless. And then I saw it. On top of my neatly rolled sleeping bag, right in the center, was a small pile of dust. It was a fine, reddish, brown powder, like pulverized rust. But that wasn't what made me gasp, a choked sound of pure horror. The dust had been arranged. It formed a perfect, miniature circle, an exact replica of the scorched ring I had seen in the clearing across the valley. It was a message, a calling card, a symbol of what had happened over there, and a promise of what was to come here. I backed away from the tent, my mind finally snapping. The rational scientist was gone, consumed by the primal, screaming terror of a cornered animal. This was a hunt, and I was the prey. The strange red tent wasn't just a random event. It was a process, a cycle, and it had chosen me to be the next part of it. I had to leave. I had to leave now. I turned my back on the tent and started frantically shoving my gear into my main pack. I didn't bother to be neat. I crammed my stove, my pot, my clothes, my water filter, everything, into the bag with clumsy, shaking hands. I would leave the tent. The tent was tainted, contaminated. It was no longer a shelter. It was a beacon for whatever was out here with me. As I worked, I noticed the quality of the light changing. The sun was dipping below the ridge behind me, and the valley was being plunged into shadow. A cold dread, colder than any mountain evening, washed over me. I knew what was coming. I had seen it last night. I cinched my pack shut, threw it on my back, and grabbed my trekking poles. I was about to start my panicked descent when a flicker of color caught my eye. I stopped and looked back at my tent. The olive green fabric was shifting. It wasn't the wind. The air was perfectly still. The color itself seemed to be in flux. A faint, ruddy hue was beginning to bleed into the green, like a drop of blood spreading in water. I watched, mesmerized by the horror of it, as the color deepened. The green faded, consumed by a vibrant, angry crimson. My tent was turning red. Then it began to glow. It started as a low, sullen pulse, but quickly intensified, the fabric becoming saturated with the same unnatural, hellish light I had seen from across the valley. It was a deep, bloody light, pulsing with a slow, deliberate rhythm that vibrated in my bones. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. It was the exact same color, the exact same pulse. My tent, my familiar olive green haven, was gone. In its place stood a glowing red copy, a malevolent mimicry that was now shining its baleful light into the gathering darkness. I finally understood. The thing on the other ridge hadn't been another camper. It was a predator, a lure. It had mimicked a tent to draw in the curious and the unwary. And when I had taken the bait, when I had crossed the valley to investigate, it had followed me back. It had studied my shelter, my sanctuary, and it had become it. The scorched ring on the other ridge wasn't just a landing spot. It was a scar. It was the footprint of a previous victim. A place where a tent like mine had once stood, before it was consumed and copied by this entity. The ring had been shaped exactly like my tent, because it was a copy of someone else's tent, someone who had come here before me and never left. And now a new scorched ring was about to be made. Right here. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a solid knot of terror. I turned and ran, abandoning the trail, plunging straight down the mountainside. I ran blindly, recklessly. My only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and that pulsing red light. Branches whipped at my face. Rocks turned under my feet. I fell, picked myself up, and kept running. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I could feel the red light on my back, a palpable, malevolent presence. I could hear the pulse in my head, a rhythmic, mocking heartbeat that drove me onward. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. I ran all through the night, a desperate, adrenaline-fueled flight. I never stopped. When I finally stumbled out of the woods and onto the dirt road of the trailhead, the sun was just beginning to rise. I was a wreck, covered in scratches, my clothes torn, my body bruised and battered. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so badly, it took me 3 tries to get the door open. I threw my pack in the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and peeled out of the parking lot, spraying gravel in my wake. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was miles down the highway. I never went back. I filed a report with the Park Service about losing my gear, making up a story about a flash flood. They looked at me strangely, but they didn't press the issue. I quit my job a month later. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't be alone in the wilderness. I can't even go camping in my backyard. The silence of nature, which I once found so comforting, now holds only the echo of that terrible, silent valley. I live in the city now, surrounded by the noise and the lights of millions of people. I try to lose myself in the crowds, but sometimes in the dead of night, when I close my eyes, I can still see it. A glowing red tent on a dark ridge. And I remember the impossible, terrifying truth of what I saw. The clearing was empty, not because the camper had left, but because the camper and the tent had become one and the same. And in the center of that empty clearing, a permanent, chilling reminder was left behind. A ring of scorched ground, a scar on the face of the earth, shaped exactly like my tent. My name is Garrett Stone. It's a name that feels solid, grounded, much like the life I've always tried to lead. I work as a geological surveyor, a profession that demands precision, observation, and a deep-seated respect for the tangible world. I measure fault lines, I analyze strata. I chart the slow, inexorable story of the earth written in rock and soil. My world is one of facts, of evidence, of logical conclusions drawn from what I can see and touch. I've always believed that for every mystery, there is an explanation waiting to be unearthed. It might be complex, it might be hidden beneath layers of time and debris, but it is there. I am, by nature and by trade, a man who trusts his senses and his reason above all else. This is important for you to understand. What I am about to recount is something that my mind still struggles to process. A memory that stands in stark defiance of every principle I have ever lived by. For the better part of 2 decades, the Appalachian Mountains have been my sanctuary. I've hiked countless miles of their rugged trails, from the sun-drenched ridges of Georgia to the misty highlands of North Carolina. I know the language of the wilderness, the rustle in the undergrowth that signals a white-tailed deer, the sharp cry of a hawk circling on a thermal, the particular scent of pine and damp earth after a rainstorm. I am not a novice. I am meticulous in my preparations, carrying gear that has been tested by seasons of use, from a sub-zero sleeping bag to a water filter that has saved me from giardia more than once. My backpack is my lifeline, each item within it chosen for its utility and necessity. In the wild, you don't leave things to chance. You prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and trust in your gear and your training. Solitude has never frightened me. In fact, I seek it. The silence of a mountain peak at dawn is more profound than any symphony, and the feeling of being a small, insignificant part of something so vast and ancient is humbling in the best possible way. This particular trip, late in the autumn, was a personal one. No surveys, no samples to collect, just me, my pack, and a desire to see the foliage on the high balds of the Art Loeb Trail before winter stripped the branches bare. I chose a spot near Black Balsam Knob, a place of breathtaking, almost otherworldly beauty. At over 200 feet, the landscape transforms. The dense deciduous forests give way to sweeping, grassy balds and fragrant stands of Fraser fir and red spruce, creating an ecosystem that feels more like Canada than the American South. The air up there is different, thin, crisp, and carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It's a place that feels ancient, exposed, and very, very quiet. I made camp in a sheltered saddle between two smaller knobs, a familiar spot I'd used before. It was well protected from the wind that perpetually scours the exposed ridgeline, with a flat, mossy patch perfect for a tent, and a pre-existing stone fire ring that spoke of countless other wanderers who had sought shelter in the same place. The process of setting up camp is a ritual for me, a series of practiced motions that bring order to the wilderness. I pitched my one-man tent, staked it down securely against the gusting wind, and unrolled my sleeping pad and bag inside, creating a small haven of warmth and comfort. I filtered water from a nearby spring, the cold, clear liquid tasting of minerals and life. I gathered firewood, a task that required more effort at this altitude. Mostly dry, fallen branches from the tough, wind-stunted firs that clung to the slopes. As the sun began its descent, the world was painted in hues of orange, pink, and deep violet. The long shadows of the mountains stretched across the valleys below, and a profound stillness settled over the landscape. This is my favorite time of day in the mountains, the golden hour, when everything seems to hold its breath. The day, birds sang their final songs, and the air grew noticeably colder, a sharp, clean cold that bit at my exposed skin and made me grateful for my down jacket. I got the fire going, coaxing the initial sparks into a small, hungry flame that soon grew into a cheerful, crackling blaze. The fire was more than just a source of heat. It was a companion, a beacon of light and life against the encroaching darkness. Its flickering light pushed back the shadows, creating a small, safe circle in the vast, indifferent wilderness. I cooked my dinner, a simple meal of dehydrated chili mac that tasted like a gourmet feast after a long day of hiking, and sipped hot tea from my metal mug. Watching the last vestiges of color fade from the sky, the first stars began to appear, impossibly bright in the thin, clear air, and soon the Milky Way was a brilliant, shimmering smear across the inky blackness. It was perfect. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crackle and pop of the burnwood and the whisper of the wind through the high branches of the firs. It was a scene of perfect peace, the very reason I came to these mountains. And then I felt it. It wasn't a sound, not at first. It was a change in the atmosphere, a subtle shift in the pressure of the air around me. It was the kind of primal, instinctual feeling that makes the hair on your arms stand up, the ancient animal part of your brain, screaming a single, silent word wrong. I froze, my mug halfway to my lips, and listened. I strained my ears, trying to place the source of my unease. I heard nothing but the fire and the wind. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just the solitude, the darkness playing tricks on my mind. I was a man of logic, of reason. There was nothing out there but deer, perhaps a curious black bear ambling by at a distance, or maybe a raccoon. I took a deep, calming breath and slowly scanned the edge of the firelight. The trees stood as silent sentinels. The darkness beyond my small circle of light was absolute, a solid wall of black. Nothing. I let out the breath I'd been holding and gave a small, self-deprecating shake of my head. Getting jumpy in your old age, Garrett, I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice startlingly loud in the silence. It was as I turned my gaze back to the comforting flames that I saw him. He was just standing there, at the very edge of the clearing, where the firelight struggled and died against the oppressive dark. He hadn't been there a second ago. I am certain of this. My eyes had just swept that exact spot. He made no sound, no crunch of leaves, No snap of a twig. It was as if he had simply materialized from the shadows themselves. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. My first thought, a desperate grasp at normalcy, was that he was another hiker. But that thought dissolved as quickly as it formed, burned away by the sheer impossibility of what I was seeing. He had no backpack, no gear of any kind, no flashlight, no water bottle, no trekking poles. He was wearing what looked like a thin, plain cotton shirt and simple trousers, both of which were worn and faded. They offered no protection from the biting cold, which was now hovering just above freezing. But the most jarring, the most fundamentally wrong detail were his feet. He was barefoot. His bare feet were planted firmly on the cold, damp ground, which I knew was littered with sharp rocks, roots, and fallen fir needles. He seemed not to notice the cold, the terrain, or me. He was of average height and build, with a gaunt, hollowed-out look to his face. His hair was dark and matted. I couldn't discern his age. He could have been 30 or 50. His skin was pale, almost luminous in the firelight. But it was his expression that locked the air in my lungs. He was smiling. It wasn't a friendly smile. It wasn't a malicious one, either. It was a completely vacant, placid, and unnervingly wide smile. His eyes were fixed on the fire, not on me, but they were open just as wide, reflecting the dancing flames. They were dark. Empty pools that seemed to absorb the light, rather than reflect it. A dozen rational explanations tried to fight their way through the fog of my terror. He's lost. He's suffering from hypothermia, which can cause paradoxical undressing and strange behavior. He's dangerously unprepared and needs help. My training, my sense of duty as a fellow outdoorsman urged me to act. "Hey," I called out, my voice a ragged croak. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The man did not react. His smile did not flicker. His gaze did not move from the fire. It was as if I hadn't spoken, as if I didn't exist. "Sir," I tried again, pushing myself to my feet slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements. "My name is Garrett. You look like you're in trouble. I have a tent, extra clothes, food." He took a step forward, then another. His movements were slow, deliberate, and utterly silent. He moved from the darkness into the full glow of my campfire, and with each step, the wrongness of his presence intensified. He walked to the opposite side of the fire ring and, without breaking his silent, smiling gaze at the flames, he simply sat down on the cold, hard ground. He folded his legs, placed his hands on his knees, and sat there, perfectly still, a silent, smiling statue bathed in the glow of my fire. Time ceased to function in any meaningful way. Seconds stretched into agonizing minutes, and minutes felt like geological epochs. I remained standing, every muscle in my body coiled tight as a spring, my mind racing through a Rolodex of impossible scenarios. My heart, which had been trying to beat its way out of my chest, slowly settled into a heavy, painful thudding that seemed to shake my entire frame. Across the fire from me, the man sat. He was as still as the granite outcrops that dotted the bald. The only movement was the flickering firelight playing across his pale, gaunt features, making the shadows in the hollows of his cheeks dance and deepen. And that smile, it never wavered. It was a fixed, painted-on thing, a rictus of placid emptiness that seemed to mock the very concept of human expression. My logical mind, my surveyor's brain, fought desperately for control. Hypothermia, it insisted. Severe advanced hypothermia. He's unresponsive, his mind is gone. He's in shock. This explanation was a life raft in a sea of encroaching dread. It was a tangible, medical phenomenon. It had protocols. I had a first aid kit, a warm sleeping bag, an emergency blanket. I could help him. I had to help him. "Listen to me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady and calm, the way you'd speak to a frightened animal. "You are very cold. You need to get warm. I have a blanket for you." I took a slow, deliberate step towards my tent. His head didn't turn. His eyes, reflecting the fire, didn't track my movement. It was like I was a ghost in my own camp. I unzipped my tent flap, the sound tearing through the oppressive silence like a gunshot, and retrieved the foil emergency blanket. It crinkled loudly as I unfolded it. I held it out, taking another cautious step toward him, keeping the fire between us. "Here," I said, my voice softer now. "Take this. Wrap it around yourself." I might as well have been speaking to the wind. There was no flicker of understanding, no change in his posture, no acknowledgement that I was even there. He just sat, hands on his knees, smiling at the flames. The cold was a physical presence, now, a biting, relentless force that seeped through my layers of clothing. I could see my own breath misting in the air, thick and white. He, in his thin shirt and trousers, should have been shivering violently. He wasn't. He didn't even seem to notice the cold that was making my bones ache. His bare feet, pale in the firelight, were pressed against the frigid earth, and they might as well have been carved from marble. Fear, cold and sharp, began to cut through the logical explanations. Hypothermia victims shiver, at least until the final stages. They're often confused, combative, or lethargic, but they are rarely this statuesque, this unnaturally still. And the smile, it wasn't the vacant look of someone whose mind was shutting down. It felt ancient, knowing. It was an expression that belonged to something that did not feel the cold, or fear, or anything at all. I slowly retreated. The crinkling foil blanket, sounding like a ridiculous toy in the face of this profound and terrifying silence. I sat back down on my side of the fire, never taking my eyes off him. The night pressed in. The circle of firelight, which had felt so comforting and safe just a short while ago, now felt like a stage. We were the only two actors in a play I didn't understand, and my silent companion knew all the lines. I put more wood on the fire, a task I performed with robotic slowness. The flames leaped up, momentarily pushing back the darkness and throwing his face into stark relief. For a horrifying second, I thought I saw something move in the black pools of his eyes, a flicker of intelligence, of ancient amusement. But it was gone as quickly as it came, likely just a trick of the light. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Hours passed. I know this only because I watched the familiar constellations of late autumn wheel slowly across the sky. Orion the hunter rose over the ridge, his belt a glittering trio of diamonds. The Pleiades shimmered like a handful of spilled salt. These were my celestial landmarks, the comforting constants of my nights in the wilderness. Tonight, they offered no comfort. They seemed distant, cold, and utterly indifferent to the strange tableau by my fire. The wilderness itself had gone silent, utterly and completely silent. The persistent whisper of the wind through the firs had died down. There were no crickets, no rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth, not even the distant hoot of an owl. It was a dead, soundless void beyond the crackle of my fire. It was as if all of nature was holding its breath, waiting. I found myself studying him, cataloging every impossible detail. His clothes were dry, despite the dampness of the night air. His bare feet were clean, showing no trace of the mud and grime he would have had to walk through to get here. He didn't blink. I watched him for what must have been an hour straight, and he did not blink once. His wide, dark eyes simply stared, reflecting the fire. And I began to notice something else, something that made my blood run cold. I couldn't see him breathe. There was no rise and fall of his chest, no puff of condensed air from his mouth or nose. He was a perfect, unmoving effigy of a man. My scientific mind, my last bastion of sanity, was crumbling. Every law of biology, of physics, was being violated by the silent figure sitting across from me. A man cannot survive in these temperatures without protection. A man cannot sit perfectly, still for hours without so much as a twitch. A man has to breathe. A man has to blink. The terror I felt was no longer a simple fear of a madman or a dangerous stranger. This was something deeper, more primal. It was the fear of the unknown, of the impossible made manifest. My reality, the solid, predictable world of rock strata and geological time, was fracturing. What was he? A ghost? A demon? Some ancient spirit of the mountain that I had disturbed? My mind, a place that had always been a sanctuary of reason, was now a torture chamber of unanswerable questions. I thought about my knife, a sturdy bar fixed to my belt. I could have it in my hand in a second. But what would I do with it? The thought of attacking him was both terrifying and absurd. It would be like trying to stab the darkness itself. I thought about my backpack, my lifeline. My tent was only a few feet behind me. I could grab my pack, abandon everything else, and run. Run where? Into the absolute, impenetrable blackness, off the side of a ridge. The thought of leaving the relative safety of the firelight, of turning my back on him, was paralyzing. I was a prisoner in my own camp, held captive by a silent, smiling man and my own mounting terror. I decided my only option was to wait for the dawn. The sun. The thought of it was a prayer. Sunlight was rational. Sunlight was safe. Sunlight brought warmth and chased away the shadows, both real and imagined. I clung to that thought like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. I just had to make it through the night, so I watched him, and I fed the fire. The fire became my entire world. My pile of gathered wood began to dwindle, and a new, sharp fear pierced through my days. What if I ran out? What would happen in the dark? The idea was so horrifying that I began to ration the logs, placing them on the flames one by one, with the care of a priest performing a sacred rite. The fire was my shield. It was the only thing that kept the vast, silent, and watchful darkness at bay. It was the only thing between me and him. The night wore on, an eternity of silent watching. His smile never changed. It was a constant, maddening beacon of unreality. It was a smile that knew the sun might not rise. It was a smile that had all the time in the world. And as the last of my firewood pile was reduced to a few precious logs, and the cold of the pre-dawn hour settled deep into my marrow, I felt a despair so profound it was almost peaceful. I was exhausted, terrified, and utterly, completely alone with this impossible thing. I looked to the east, praying for a hint of gray, a sign that this endless night was finally coming to an end. The darkness remained absolute. The final log on my meager pile of firewood was placed on the dying embers with a reverence I had never known. I watched it catch, watched the flames lick and consume the dry bark, knowing it was the last barrier I had. It was a countdown. When this log turned to ash, the light would be gone, and the cold, silent darkness would claim my small island of reality completely. my body was a study in misery. The cold had settled so deep into my bones that I was sure they were brittle as glass. A violent, uncontrollable shiver had taken hold of me, my teeth chattering in a staccato rhythm that seemed deafening in the profound silence. My mind, frayed from hours of sleepless terror, had begun to play tricks on me. The shadows cast by the dying fire writhed and twisted into monstrous shapes, and the whisper of the wind, which had returned as a low moan, seemed to carry my name. Through it all, he sat, unmoving, unblinking, unbreathing. The firelight, now weak and guttering, cast long, distorted shadows across his smiling face, making it seem to swim in and out of focus. The smile itself had taken on a new quality in the final hours of the night. It was no longer just vacant, it felt triumphant. It was the patient, knowing smile of a predator that has cornered its prey and is simply waiting for it to collapse from exhaustion. The cold, the darkness, the silence, they were his allies. This was his world, and I was just a trespassing flicker of warmth and life that was about to be extinguished. I resigned myself to it. A strange, fatalistic calm washed over me. I had done all I could. I had fed the fire, I had kept watch. Now, there was nothing left to do but wait for the end. And then I saw it. To the east, over the dark, serrated line of the distant mountain range, the blackness of the sky was no longer absolute. It had softened to a deep, bruised purple. It was not yet light, but it was the promise of light. A single note of hope in a symphony of despair. I stared at it, my heart daring to beat a little faster. My shivering intensified, a strange mix of cold and desperate relief. Dawn was coming. The long night was finally impossibly ending. I tore my eyes from the horizon and looked back at the man. And for the first time since he had sat down, he moved. It was a minute. Almost imperceptible change. His head, which had been perfectly still for hours, tilted to the side by a single degree, like a curious bird. His smile, if it were possible, widened. A low sound vibrated in the air between us. It wasn't from him, not from his mouth. It was a deep, resonant hum, like the lowest string on a cello being plucked. It was a sound I felt in my teeth, in my sternum. The air grew thick, heavy, charged with a static energy that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. He knew. He knew the night was ending, and he was not happy about it. The sky continued its slow transformation. The purple bled into a soft, pearlescent gray. The world around me began to take shape again, emerging from the darkness like a developing photograph. The silhouettes of the fir trees became distinct, their branches like black lace against the lightening sky. The ghostly shapes of the surrounding knobs solidified into rock and grass. I could see him clearly now, not just as a figure in the firelight, but as a solid object in the growing ambient light of the morning. He looked paler, more insubstantial, as if the growing light was somehow diluting his presence. The humming intensified, and a deep, instinctual fear told me that this was the most dangerous moment of all. The transition, the threshold between night and day. The eastern horizon was now a slash of fiery orange. The clouds above were painted in shades of pink and gold. It was, under any other circumstances, a sunrise of breathtaking beauty. Today it was a weapon. It was my only salvation. I watched, breathless, as the first brilliant, blinding sliver of the sun peeked over the mountain ridge. A single, golden spear of light lanced through the saddle, cutting across my campsite. It struck the ground a few feet from him. The humming stopped. The world was utterly silent again. The beam of sunlight, as direct and sharp as a laser, began to creep across the ground, inch by inch, as the sun rose higher. It touched the tip of his bare foot. I expected him to recoil, to scream, to burst into flames. Nothing of the sort happened. Where the light touched his skin, it began to dissolve. There is no other word for it. It was not burning. There was no smoke, no smell, no sound. The flesh simply turned into a fine, shimmering mist that evaporated into the morning air almost instantly. It was a silent, horrifying process of uncreation. My mind simply refused to process what my eyes were seeing. I was watching a man be erased from existence by a sunbeam. The light crept from his foot up to his ankle, his shin, his knee, leaving nothing behind. Not even a scorch mark on the ground. Just empty space where he had been a moment before. And through it all, he did not move. He did not cry out. He simply sat there, watching the process as if it were a mild curiosity. But his smile began to fade. As the sunlight climbed his torso, the placid, empty expression was replaced by one of pure, undiluted malice. His eyes, for the first time, were no longer empty. They were filled with an ancient and profound hatred. And for the first time, he looked directly at me. His eyes locked with mine, and in that gaze, I felt the crushing weight of an ageless, malevolent consciousness. It was a look that said, "This isn't over. The night will come again." The sunlight touched his face. The hateful expression, the dark eyes, the gaunt features. They all dissolved into that silent, shimmering mist. The last thing to go was the smile, which had returned for a final, fleeting moment. A ghost of an expression that hung in the air for a heartbeat before it, too, was unmade by the light. And then he was gone. The sun was fully above the ridge now, flooding my campsite with a warm, golden, life-affirming light. The birds began to sing. A breeze rustled the branches of the firs. The world had returned to normal. It was a perfect, beautiful autumn morning in the mountains. But I was frozen, my back pressed against the log where I had sat all night, my eyes fixed on the empty space on the other side of the now dead fire. There was nothing there. No indentation in the mossy ground. No footprints. No sign that he had ever existed at all, save for the screaming, indelible image burned into my mind. For a long time, I didn't move. I just sat there shaking as the sun warmed my frozen skin. Then a surge of pure, animal adrenaline hit me. Flee. My methodical, practiced ritual of breaking camp was forgotten. I didn't roll my sleeping bag. I stuffed it, half open, into my pack. My tent poles snapped as I tore them down in my haste. I left my cook pot, my mug, my half-eaten dinner from the night before. I jammed my feet into my boots without bothering to tie the laces properly, and shouldered my lopsided, poorly packed bag. I grabbed my trekking poles and I ran. I did not hike. I ran, stumbling and crashing through the undergrowth, heedless of the trail, driven by a primal need to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs were screaming in protest, and then I kept going. I've tried, since that day, to find an explanation, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and solitude. A strange, unclassified atmospheric phenomenon. I am a man of science. My life is built on a foundation of evidence and reason. But there is no evidence, and reason fails me. What I saw on that mountain defies every law of the world I thought I knew. I no longer seek solitude in the high places. The silence of the wilderness is no longer a comfort. Because when the sun goes down and the shadows lengthen, I can't help but wonder what is waiting just beyond the edge of the light. I can still see his face in my darkest dreams, the smile that knows the secret of the night. And I know with a certainty that chills me, more than any mountain wind, that he is still out there, sitting by someone else's fire, waiting patiently for the dawn. My name is Naomi Clark. It feels important to state that plainly, to ground myself in a reality that has felt frayed and unstable ever since that trip, before the events at Hemlock Gorge. My world was one of tangible things, of light and shadow that could be captured on a sensor, of landscapes that obeyed the laws of physics. I am a photographer, you see, or at least I was. My passion has always been to find the forgotten corners of the world, the places untouched by the relentless march of progress, and preserve them in a frame. I sought beauty in isolation, majesty in silence. Now, I understand that some places are silent for a reason. Some places are forgotten because they want to be. The trip was Liam's idea, as most of our adventures were. Liam was my fiancé, a man whose spirit was as untamed as the wilderness he loved to explore. Where I saw a composition, he saw a challenge. Where I saw stillness, he saw an opportunity for motion. He was a geologist, drawn to the raw, violent history of the earth, written in stone and soil. He'd found a mention of the Aethloid Formation, a unique geological feature, tucked away in a remote corner of a sprawling national park. It was a place few people visited, requiring a multi-day hike through difficult terrain. To him, it was irresistible. To me, it was the perfect subject. We weren't alone. Our friends, Maya and Ben, decided to join us. They were our city friends, the ones we usually met for brunch and gallery openings, not for backcountry trekking. Ben was a data analyst, a man who found comfort in spreadsheets and predictable outcomes. Maya was an architect, someone who imposed order on the world for a living. The idea of sleeping on the ground and navigating with a compass was so far outside their comfort zone. It was practically in another time zone. But Liam's enthusiasm was infectious, and my promise of breathtaking, once in a lifetime photographs was enough to convince them. It'll be an adventure, Liam had promised, clapping a hesitant Ben on the shoulder. Think of the stories you'll have to tell. I often wonder if he ever thinks about that promise now. I wonder if he can bear the weight of the story we brought back. The journey began with a 6-hour drive that in urban landscape into rolling hills, then into the dense, dark green of old-growth forests. The air itself seemed to change, losing the chemical tang of the city and taking on the rich, damp scent of pine and decaying leaves. We picked up our permit from a ranger station that looked like it had been built by pioneers a century ago. The ranger, a man with a beard the color of salt and pepper, and eyes that seemed to have seen too many winters, glanced at our planned route on the map. He traced our path with a calloused finger, his nail yellowed and thick. His finger stopped at the deep, jagged line that represented Hemlock Gorge. "You're planning on crossing here," he stated, a voice a low rumble. It wasn't a question. "That's the plan," Liam confirmed cheerfully. "The Aethloid Formation is just a few miles past it." "Is the bridge still sound?" The ranger looked up from the map, and his gaze lingered on each of us for a moment. It wasn't a hostile look, but it was heavy, appraising. "The bridge," he said slowly, drawing the words out. "She's old, as old as these trees. You treat her with respect, you hear? She's held up for a long time, but the wilderness, it has a way of reclaiming things. Don't take anything for granted out there. He stamped our permit with a heavy thud and pushed it across the counter. "Watch the weather and stick together." His words, which should have been standard cautionary advice, settled in my gut with a strange unease. It was the way he'd said it, as if the bridge were a living entity, a fickle old goddess who demanded tribute. I dismissed it as the romanticism of a man who'd spent his life in solitude, but the feeling lingered. The first day of the hike was grueling but beautiful. The trail was little more than a suggestion in some places, a faint path winding through colossal ferns and over the gnarled roots of ancient cedars. Sunlight struggled to pierce the thick canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of green and gold. Ben and Maya were surprisingly resilient, their initial apprehension giving way to a quiet awe at the scale of everything around them. We made camp that night by a rushing creek, the sound of the water a constant, soothing murmur. Liam pointed out constellations I'd never seen in the city, their light sharp and brilliant in the ink, black sky. It was peaceful. It was perfect. It was the last moment of genuine peace I would feel. We reached Hemlock Gorge late the next afternoon. We heard it long before we saw it. A deep, resonant roar that grew steadily louder, vibrating up through the soles of our boots. The trail opened up abruptly, and the world fell away. The gorge was a massive wound in the earth, a chasm hundreds of feet deep with sheer rock faces, plunging down to a furious, white water river below. And spanning it, looking impossibly fragile against the raw power of the landscape, was the rope bridge. The ranger's words came back to me. "She's old." It was an understatement. The wooden planks were silvered with age, warped and stained by countless seasons of rain and sun. The thick ropes they were slung between were frayed in places, covered in a green filigree of moss. Two thicker ropes, serving as handrails, ran on either side at waist height, connected by a web of thinner, knotted cords. The wind, funneled by the gorge, whistled through the ropes, making them sing a low, mournful tune. It swayed. Even from 50 feet away, standing on solid ground, I could see it swaying gently in the wind. "No way." Maya breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "Absolutely not." Ben wrapped an arm around her, his own face pale. "He's got a point, Liam. That thing doesn't look safe." Liam, however, was grinning. He walked to the edge, peering at the anchor points, which were bolted into the solid rock on our side. "The main cables are thick steel. They're just wrapped in rope. And these bolts are solid. It's an old suspension design, but it's sound. It's supposed to sway a little. That's how it dissipates the stress." "I don't care about stress dissipation," Maya said, her arms crossed tightly. "I care about not becoming a red smear on those rocks." The debate went on for 20 minutes. Liam the adventurer, Ben the pragmatist, Maya, the voice of sheer terror. I remained quiet, my camera in my hand, trying to frame a shot that could capture the terrifying beauty of the bridge. I felt a knot of fear in my own stomach, a cold, rational voice telling me this was a bad idea. But another part of me, the part that had followed Liam into ice caves and up mountain trails, was tempted by the sheer audacity of it. The photo from the middle of that bridge, with the gorge falling away on all sides, it would be the shot of a lifetime. In the end, Liam's confidence won out. He would go first to show them it was safe. He adjusted his pack, tightened the straps, and stepped onto the first plank. It let out a loud, groaning creak that echoed in the vast space of the gorge. He paused, looked back with a reassuring smile, and then began to walk, his steps deliberate and steady. The bridge bucked and swayed with his weight. He kept his focus on the far side, one hand resting lightly on the rope handrail. It was a long way, well over 200 feet. He made it look easy. When he reached the other side, he turned and gave a triumphant wave. Ben, ever the protector, went next, his face a mask of grim determination. He moved faster than Liam, his movements jerky, clearly just wanting to get it over with. The bridge swayed more erratically under his hurried steps. Then it was Maya's turn. She was crying softly, and Ben had to coax her across from the other side with a steady stream of encouragement. She kept her eyes squeezed, shut the entire way, her knuckles white where she gripped the ropes. Then it was just me. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of mist and cold stone. I raised my camera, but my hands were trembling too much to hold it steady. I let it hang by its strap around my neck and stepped onto the bridge. The creak of the wood under my boot was intimate and loud. The world narrowed to the weathered planks in front of me and the dizzying drop I could see between them. The river roared below, a chaotic, hungry sound. The wind pushed at me, a physical force trying to unbalance me. I understood Maya's terror then. It wasn't just a fear of heights. It was a primal fear of instability, of trusting your life to weathered wood, and aging rope over a chasm that promised nothing but a swift, violent end. Halfway across, I dared to stop. I forced myself to look out to see the gorge in all its terrible grandeur. It was magnificent. It was the most frightening thing I had ever seen. I reached the other side, my legs shaking, and collapsed into Liam's waiting arms, my heart hammering against my ribs. We had done it. A sense of giddy euphoria washed over us. We had faced the old bridge and won. We set up our camp in a small, sheltered clearing a few hundred yards from the gorge's edge. The mood was celebratory. We built a roaring fire, cooked our freeze, dried meals, and passed around a flask of whiskey Ben had brought. The fear had transformed into adrenaline, and we talked and laughed loudly, our voices feeling small against the immense silence of the wilderness that surrounded us. The sun set, painting the sky in fairy strokes of orange and purple, and slowly the stars began to emerge. As darkness settled, so did the quiet. The fire crackled, a pocket of warmth and light in a vast, indifferent darkness. The gorge was a black, silent void now. The roaring river a distant memory. I leaned my head on Liam's shoulder, feeling a profound sense of exhaustion and contentment. This was why we did it. For this feeling, for this moment, we turned in early, zipped into our sleeping bags. The chill of the night air was already beginning to seep into the tent. Liam fell asleep almost instantly, his breathing deep and even beside me. But I lay awake, my mind replaying the day's events. The hike, the ranger, the terrifying, exhilarating crossing. I could still feel the phantom sensation of the bridge swaying beneath me. I finally closed my eyes, drifting in that space between wakefulness and sleep, the sounds of the forest lulling me into a trance. And that's when I heard it. It was faint at first, almost lost by the whisper of the wind in the pines. A rhythmic, groaning sound. Kriak, pause, kriak. My eyes snapped open in the darkness. It was the sound of wood under strain. The sound of a footstep, placed carefully on a weathered plank. It was the sound of the bridge. Someone else was crossing. For a long moment, I lay perfectly still, my entire body rigid, straining to hear over the frantic drumming of my own heart. The sound was unmistakable. It wasn't the random groan of wood settling, or the sigh of rope in the wind. This was a cadence, a deliberate wait, and release that I knew intimately from my own terrifying crossing just hours before. Creak, a heavy pause, as if the walker were testing their footing. Creak, another step. It was slow, methodical, unhurried. And it was coming from the direction we had just come from, heading towards our side of the gorge. My first rational thought was another hiker. Someone who misjudged the time, got caught in the dark, and was now making a desperate late night crossing. It was a foolish, dangerous thing to do, but it was a plausible explanation. It had to be. But the later the hour, the more that logic frayed. It was approaching midnight. No experienced hiker would attempt that bridge in the pitch black. The ranger at the station hadn't mentioned anyone else on this route, and the trail was so seldom used that seeing another soul at all would be a surprise, let alone at this hour. I reached out a trembling hand and shook Liam's shoulder. "Lime," I whispered, my voice tight and hoarse. "Lime, wake up," he mumbled, swatting at my hand in his sleep. "What is it now? Listen," I urged, my whisper turning fierce. "Just be quiet and listen." He fell silent, and in the profound quiet of the wilderness night, the sound became impossibly loud. Creak, creak, a steady, relentless rhythm now. Liam was instantly awake. I felt his body go tense beside me. "What the hell is that?" he breathed, his voice stripped of its usual easy confidence. "It's the bridge," I said, stating the obvious because the alternative was too terrifying to contemplate. "Someone's on the bridge." Liam was already unzipping his sleeping bag. "Stay here," he commanded, his voice low. He fumbled for the powerful flashlight he kept by his head. The metallic click as he switched it on seemed deafening. The beam shot through the thin wall of our tent, illuminating a frantic dance of shadows. "No," I said, scrambling out of my own bag. "I'm coming with you." The thought of being left alone in the tent, while he went to investigate, was somehow worse than facing whatever was out there together. The sound of our rustling and hushed, frantic whispers had woken the others. "What's going on?" Ben's voice called out from the adjacent tent, laced with panic. "Something's outside," Liam called back, his voice tight with forced calm. "Probably just an animal. We're going to check." "Stay in your tent." I pulled on my boots, my fingers clumsy and cold. We crawled out of our tent into the biting night air. The embers of our campfire provided a faint hellish glow, barely pushing back the oppressive darkness. The creaking of the bridge was louder out here, clearer. It was closer now. Much closer. It sounded as if the walker was more than halfway across. Ignoring Liam's command, the zipper on Ben and Maya's tent screeched open. Ben emerged, holding a small headlamp, his face a pale oval of fear. Maya was right behind him, clutching his arm, her eyes wide and dark. "An animal," Ben whispered, his voice shaking. "That's not an animal. That's footsteps. We don't know what it is." Liam snapped, trying to maintain control. "Let's just see." He led the way, the beam of his flashlight cutting a sharp, wobbling cone through the trees. We moved slowly, stepping carefully to avoid snapping twigs, though the sound of the bridge would have covered a marching band. Each groaning step from the chasm seemed to echo in my bones. It was almost to our side. The steps were heavy, ponderous. Whoever it was, they were big, or they were carrying a heavy load. We reached the edge of the clearing and stopped just inside the tree line, about 50 feet from the entrance to the bridge. From here, We could just make out its skeletal silhouette against the star-dusted sky. Liam raised the flashlight, its powerful beam slicing through the darkness and striking the anchor point of the bridge on our side. The light illuminated the first few dozen feet of the wooden planks, the weathered rope handrails, and the solid rock of the gorge wall, and nothing else. There was no one there. The instant the light hit the bridge, the sound stopped. Not faded, not retreated. It stopped. Abruptly. Utterly. The sudden, total silence was more shocking than the noise it replaced. One moment, the air was filled with the rhythmic groaning of a heavy crossing. The next, there was only the whisper of the wind and the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. We stood frozen for what felt like an eternity. Liam sweeping the beam of light back and forth across the entrance to the bridge, then out into the center, its reach falling short in the immense darkness of the gorge. Where did they go? Maya whimpered, her voice cracking. Maybe they saw the light and hid. Ben offered, though he sounded unconvinced. Or backed up. It didn't sound like it backed up, Liam said, his voice a low growl of confusion and frustration. It sounded like it was right here. He walked forward, right to the edge of the gorge, and shined the light down onto the first few planks. They were empty. They were still. A cold dread, heavier and more profound than the simple fear of crossing the bridge, began to seep into me. The ranger's words floated back. The wilderness. It has a way of reclaiming things. We stood there for 10 more minutes, listening. But the night remained silent. The bridge was just a bridge again, an inanimate object of wood and rope. The presence, the sense of a deliberate, methodical approach, was gone. It must have been an echo, Liam said finally, turning back to us. The wind in the gorge can do strange things to sound. He was trying to convince himself as much as us. An echo doesn't stop when you shine a light on it. Ben countered, his voice trembling. We all heard it. I added, my voice barely audible. We all heard it stop. There was no explanation, no rational, comforting answer to wrap ourselves in. We retreated to the campsite, the four of us moving in a tight, frightened herd. The sense of celebration and victory from earlier felt like a distant memory from another lifetime. No one suggested going back to their separate tents. We huddled around the dying embers of the fire, piling on what little firewood was left to coax it back to life. No one wanted to be in the dark. We sat in silence, wrapped in our blankets, listening. For an hour, there was nothing. The fire crackled, an owl hooted in the distance. A pine cone dropped from a branch with a soft thud. I almost allowed myself to believe Liam's theory. An echo, a trick of the wind. My mind, overtired and primed by the day's anxiety, had filled in the blanks. We were safe. And then the new sound started. It was different. It wasn't coming from the bridge. It was coming from the darkness that encircled our small island of firelight. It was a soft, dragging sound. A rhythmic sha, sha, sha. Like something heavy being pulled slowly through the dry leaves and pine needles on the forest floor. It was close, and it was moving. My head snapped up. I saw the same recognition, the same fresh wave of terror on the faces of the others. Liam grabbed the flashlight again, his knuckles white. The dragging sound was circling us. It moved along the edge of the clearing, always staying just out of sight, just beyond the reach of the fire's flickering glow. Shoo, shoo. It would move 10 feet, then pause. The silence in the pause was the worst part. We held our breath, straining our ears, waiting for it to start again. and it always did, sometimes from a new direction. It crossed, Maya whispered, tears streaming down her face. Whatever was on the bridge, it crossed. And now it's here. Shut up, Maya. Ben hissed, though his own fear was palpable. Liam stood up, shining the light into the trees, sweeping it in a wide arc. Who's there? He shouted, his voice cracking with a mixture of fear and anger. Show yourself. The only answer was the sound of the dragging, which stopped for a moment, then resumed, a little faster this time, as if his challenge had amused it. The flashlight beam caught nothing but the impenetrable blackness between the ancient tree trunks. We were in a fishbowl, and something was circling, tapping on the glass. The night became a waking nightmare. We were prisoners in a tiny circle of light. The dragging sound continued its relentless patrol for what felt like hours. Sometimes it was accompanied by a soft clicking, like stones being gently tapped together. Once, I thought I heard a voice, a low, guttural whisper on the edge of hearing, a sound that the wind seemed to carry away before I could make out any words. We didn't speak. There was nothing to say. We were four modern, rational people, and we were confronted with something that defied all rationality. Ben tried to rationalize, muttering about bears or mountain lions, but we all knew. A bear would have charged the camp for our food. A cougar would have been silent, stalking. This was not the behavior of any known animal. This was something else. This was intelligent. This was malevolent. It was playing with us. Exhaustion warred with terror. My eyelids felt like they were lined with sand, but the thought of closing them, of surrendering to the darkness even for a second, was unthinkable. I watched the fire slowly die again, the ring of safety shrinking with every minute that passed. The dragging sound seemed to grow bolder as the light faded, coming closer and closer to the edge of our camp. The first pale, gray hint of dawn on the eastern horizon was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. It was a promise of survival. As the sky slowly lightened from black to a deep, bruised purple, the sounds faded. The dragging, the clicking, the whispers on the wind, they all receded with the darkness, melting back into the forest as if they had never been. By the time the sun finally crested the trees, bathing our campsite in a weak, watery light, the forest was silent. It was just a forest again. The birds began to sing. A squirrel chittered angrily from a high branch. It was all so devastatingly normal. We emerged from our huddle, stiff, exhausted and hollowed out by fear. Liam, his face grim, immediately began to walk the perimeter of the camp. I followed him, my camera feeling like a useless, heavy weight around my neck. We searched for footprints, for a broken branch, for any sign of our nocturnal visitor. We found nothing. The carpet of pine needles and leaves was undisturbed, save for our own boot prints. There was no track, no furrow from the dragging object, nothing. It was as if the night had never happened. We have to go, Maya said, her voice flat and dead. We have to go back, right now, and cross that bridge again. Ben asked, his voice incredulous. No way. Not after last night. Can't stay here, she shrieked. Everyone, calm down, Liam said, running a hand through his matted hair. His eyes were bloodshot. We're all exhausted. We're not thinking straight. He looked from the path leading back to the bridge, then to the path leading forward, deeper into the wilderness. We're packing up and we're moving on. We're going to the Athorid Formation. We'll be miles from here by lunchtime. Are you insane? I asked, finding my voice. You want to go further in? Liam, Something is out here with us. And I don't want to meet it in the middle of that bridge. He countered, his gaze hard. Look, our best bet is to keep moving. Put as much distance between us and this gorge as possible. We'll hike fast. We'll get to the formation. And we'll head back on the southern loop trail. We won't have to cross the bridge again. It was a desperate piece of logic, but it was the only logic we had. The thought of stepping back onto that bridge, of being suspended over that abyss, a slow-moving target for whatever haunted it, was more than any of us could bear. Going forward felt like a terrible choice, but going back felt impossible. We packed our camp in a grim, terrified silence. Every snap of a twig made us jump. We kept casting fearful glances over our shoulders, back towards the silent, waiting gorge. The adventure was over. The beauty of the wilderness had been stripped away, revealing something ancient and predatory beneath. This was no longer an expedition. It was a retreat. We shouldered our packs, the weight feeling heavier than before, and started walking, moving away from the bridge and deeper into the woods, with the unshakable feeling that we were not leaving our terror behind, but that it was now silently following in our footsteps. That day's hike was a forced march through a silent, green hell. The vibrant beauty of the forest I had admired just the day before now seemed menacing. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every rustle of leaves was a potential threat. We moved in a tight, silent formation, Liam in the lead, his compass in hand, Ben and Maya in the middle, and me bringing up the rear. I kept looking back, my camera bouncing uselessly against my chest. The feeling of being watched was a physical sensation, like insects crawling on the back of my neck. The air itself felt heavy, charged with a predatory stillness. The birdsong had ceased. The only sounds were our own ragged breaths and the crunch of our boots on the trail. We didn't stop for lunch. No one was hungry. We just chewed on energy bars as we walked, forcing ourselves to keep moving. Liam's desperate logic, that distance would mean safety, was the only thing driving us forward. But the further we went, the more I felt that we weren't creating distance at all. It felt like we were walking deeper into a trap, the jaws of which had already closed behind us at the gorge. Around mid-afternoon, we reached the Aethorid Formation. It wasn't the triumphant arrival Liam had envisioned. The trail opened into a strange, barren amphitheater of rock. The formation was a series of tall, weathered spires, their surfaces twisted into bizarre shapes by millennia of erosion. The stone was a sickly, pale color, streaked with dark veins of what looked like obsidian. It was a geologist's dream, but it felt like a graveyard. The air was unnaturally still and cold, and a profound silence hung over the place, so deep it felt like it was pressing in on my eardrums. Liam approached one of the spires, his earlier terror momentarily replaced by scientific curiosity. He ran his hand over the strange, smooth rock. "This is impossible," he muttered, chipping at a small section with his rock hammer. "The stratification is all wrong. It's like the rock was melted and then reformed." Ben and Maya huddled together, refusing to go any further into the clearing. I raised my camera, trying to see the place through my lens, to distance myself from it. But even in the viewfinder, the spires seemed to loom, their shapes vaguely anthropomorphic, like silent, hooded figures watching us. I took a few shots, but my heart wasn't in it. The light was flat and dead. There was no beauty here, only a deep, ancient wrongness. That's when Maya started screaming. It wasn't a loud shriek, but a low, choked-off gasp of pure terror that made my blood run cold. We all spun around. She was pointing a trembling finger towards the basic one of our farthest spires, near the edge of the forest we had just emerged from. "Did you see it?" she sobbed. "It was right there." It looked at me. See, the adventure was over. The beauty of the wilderness had been stripped away, revealing something ancient and predatory beneath. This was no longer an expedition. It was a retreat. We shouldered our packs, the weight feeling heavier than before, and started walking, moving away from the bridge and deeper into the woods, with the unshakable feeling that we were not leaving our terror behind, but that it was now silently following in our footsteps. That day's hike was a forced march through a silent, green hell. The vibrant beauty of the forest I had admired just the day before now seemed menacing. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every rustle of leaves was a potential threat. We moved in a tight, silent formation, Liam in the lead, his compass in hand, Ben and Maya in the middle, and me bringing up the rear. I kept looking back, my camera bouncing uselessly against my chest. The feeling of being watched was a physical sensation, like insects crawling on the back of my neck. The air itself felt heavy, charged with a predatory stillness. The birdsong had ceased. The only sounds were our own ragged breaths and the crunch of our boots on the trail. We didn't stop for lunch. No one was hungry. We just chewed on energy bars as we walked, forcing ourselves to keep moving. Liam's desperate logic, that distance would mean safety, was the only thing driving us forward. But the further we went, the more I felt that we weren't creating distance at all. It felt like we were walking deeper into a trap, the jaws of which had already closed behind us at the gorge. Around mid-afternoon, we reached the Aethoid Formation. It wasn't the triumphant arrival Liam had envisioned. The trail opened into a strange, barren amphitheater of rock. The formation was a series of tall, weathered spires, their surfaces twisted into bizarre shapes by millennia of erosion. The stone was a sickly, pale color, streaked with dark veins of what looked like obsidian. It was a geologist's dream, but it felt like a graveyard. The air was unnaturally still and cold, and a profound silence hung over the place, so deep it felt like it was pressing in on my eardrums. Liam approached one of the spires, his earlier terror momentarily replaced by scientific curiosity. He ran his hand over the strange, smooth rock. "This is impossible," he muttered, chipping at a small section with his rock hammer. "The stratification is all wrong. It's like the rock was melted and then reformed." Ben and Maya huddled together, refusing to go any further into the clearing. I raised my camera, trying to see the place through my lens, to distance myself from it. But even in the viewfinder, the spires seemed to loom, their shapes vaguely anthropomorphic, like silent, hooded figures watching us. I took a few shots, but my heart wasn't in it. The light was flat and dead. There was no beauty here, only a deep, ancient wrongness. That's when Maya started screaming. It wasn't a loud shriek, but a low, choked-off gasp of pure terror that made my blood run cold. We all spun around. She was pointing a trembling finger toward the base of one of the farthest spires, near the edge of the forest we had just emerged from. "Did you see it?" she sobbed. "It was right there." It looked at me. "See what?" Ben asked, holding her tight. "A man." But he wasn't a man. She stammered, her words tumbling over each other. He was tall, so tall, and he was dragging something. He was just standing there in the shadows, and then he was gone. Liam and I scanned the tree line, our eyes straining. We saw nothing but shadows and trees. But we had both heard the dragging sound last night. We knew she wasn't imagining it. It had followed us. Or perhaps it had been waiting for us here all along. That was it. The last shred of our composure, the last pretense of a planned expedition, vanished. We were no longer hikers. We were prey. The loop trail, Liam said, his voice a strained whisper. It starts on the other side of the formation. We have to go now. We didn't run. We couldn't. The terrain was too treacherous, and our packs were too heavy. But we moved with a frantic, desperate speed, scrambling over rocks and through thorny underbrush. No one looked back. The silence of the rock formation pursued us, a tangible entity at our heels. We found the southern loop trail marker and plunged back into the forest, our flight reckless. We stumbled over roots. Branches whipped at our faces, but we didn't slow down. We hiked for hours, well past the point of exhaustion, fueled only by pure, animal terror. The sun began to set, and the thought of being caught in this forest after dark was a horror we couldn't allow. We finally broke out of the tree line and onto a service road just as the last light was failing. The sight of the gravel of a man-made path was so beautiful I almost wept. We half walked, half stumbled the last 2 miles back to the ranger station, the lights of which glowed in the distance like a beacon of sanity. We burst through the door, 4 ragged, mud-streaked, hollow-eyed apparitions. The old ranger was sitting at his desk, reading a book under a pool of yellow light. He looked up, and his weathered face showed no surprise, only a deep, weary pity. "We had a problem," Liam gasped, leaning on the counter for support. "Up at Hemlock Gorge." The ranger closed his book slowly, his eyes never leaving ours. "What kind of problem?" he asked, his voice low and even. "There was someone out there," I said, my voice trembling. "We were at the rope bridge. At midnight, we heard someone crossing it, but there was no one there. And then it followed us." The ranger listened patiently, his expression unreadable. He let me finish. Let the whole disjointed, terrified story spill out of us. The footsteps on the bridge, the dragging in the woods, the figure Maya saw among the rocks. When we were done, an exhausted silence filled the small station. The ranger steepled his fingers and looked at a spot on the wall behind us. "You kids look like you've been through it," he said softly. "You're safe now. But there's something you need to understand." He paused, and the weight of that pause was immense. "There is no rope bridge at Hemlock Gorge," he said, his voice flat and final. The 4 of us just stared at him. The room seemed to tilt. "What are you talking about?" Ben demanded, his voice rising.
"We crossed it yesterday afternoon."
It was old and rickety, but it was there. The ranger shook his head slowly, a profound sadness in his eyes. "No, son, you didn't." He stood up and walked over to a large, framed map of the park on the wall, the same one we had looked at just 2 days before. He pointed to the jagged line that was Hemlock Gorge. That old bridge was dismantled by the Park Service 12 years ago. He tapped the glass of the frame. A family tried to cross it in a storm. The father, he was a big man, a logger. He was carrying his young son on his shoulders because the boy was too scared to walk. The bridge was old. The ropes were rotten. A cable snapped. They all went down into the river. They never found the bodies. He turned back to face us, his gaze sweeping over our shocked, disbelieving faces. Ever since then, folks who get lost up there, who spend a night near that gorge, They report things. They hear things. Some say they hear a man walking, his steps slow and heavy, like he's carrying a great weight, looking for the other side. He let his words hang in the air. There's nothing out there but rock and air. Has been for over a decade. Whatever bridge you think you crossed, it wasn't for you. I don't remember the drive home. I don't remember packing our gear or saying goodbye to the ranger. My mind had retreated, trying to make sense of an event that had shattered the very foundations of my reality. We had walked across something that wasn't there. We had been terrorized by a ghost, an echo of a tragedy, a spirit bound to a place by grief and a final, desperate journey. We dropped Maya and Ben at their apartment. They got out of the car without a word and disappeared inside. Two strangers I barely recognized. The shared trauma hadn't brought us closer. It had created a chasm between us that could never be bridged. Liam and I drove the rest of the way in silence. The easy intimacy we once shared was gone, replaced by a shared, unspoken horror. When we got home, I went into my studio and downloaded the photos from my camera. I scrolled through them, my hands shaking. The forest, the creek, our smiling faces on the first day. Then, the gorge. There were several shots of the chasm, the raging river far below, the sheer cliffs. And in every single one, the space between the two sides of the gorge was empty. There was no bridge. There was only air. I deleted the photos. I put my camera away. I haven't picked it up since. My passion was capturing reality, but I no longer know what is real. Liam and I, we tried to go back to normal. We tried to pretend it didn't happen. But the memory of that night is a ghost that haunts us still. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house is quiet, I think I can hear it. A faint, distant sound carried on the wind. The slow, heavy creak of wooden planks under a terrible weight. My name is Lucas Fairchild. For the better part of 2 decades, the silent, subterranean world has been my sanctuary, my challenge, and my greatest passion. I am not a scientist, nor a geologist in the professional sense, but a caver, a spelunker, if you prefer the more colloquial term. I have dedicated thousands of hours to meticulously mapping forgotten passages, rappelling into abyssal shafts, and squeezing through crevices so tight they steal the breath from your lungs. I have charted systems in the limestone heart of Kentucky, explored volcanic tubes in the Pacific Northwest, and even consulted on a rescue operation in the jagged peaks of the Dolomites. My world is one of absolute darkness, punctuated only by the steady beam of my headlamp. It is a world of profound silence, broken only by the drip of ancient water, the scuttling of unseen life, and the rhythm of my own heart. I have always found comfort in that controlled, predictable environment. I understood the risks, the sudden floods, the unstable ceilings, the simple, fatal error of a misplaced hand or foot. But those were known quantities, physical dangers that could be mitigated with experience, preparation, and an unwavering respect for the power of the earth. What I was not prepared for, what no amount of training or experience could have ever equipped me for, was the sound I heard in the Whispering Maw Caverns. The Whispering Maw was a relatively new discovery, a network of limestone caves nestled deep in a remote, unincorporated stretch of Appalachia. It wasn't on any official maps. Its existence was passed along in hushed tones between serious cavers, a geological rumor whispered over crackling campfires and online forums. The name itself was a local invention, born from the strange, flute-like tones the wind would produce as it swept over the narrow, fissure-like entrance. The few locals in the nearest dilapidated town, a place with more boarded-up windows than people, spoke of it with a kind of superstitious dread. They said it was a place of bad air and strange echoes, a place where the earth sang to itself. They were old tales, the kind of folk warnings that spring up around any imposing natural landmark, and I paid them no mind. To me, the warnings were just another layer of allure, a promise of untouched, primordial beauty hidden from the world. I planned my expedition for a week. The solitude was a key part of the appeal. No partners, no distractions, just me in the cave. I packed meticulously. Primary and backup light sources, harnesses, ropes, ascenders, emergency rations for 72 hours, a first aid kit, and my trusty mapping tools. I drove for 2 days, my truck groaning up winding, poorly maintained mountain roads, until the asphalt gave way to gravel, and the gravel gave way to a dirt track. That was little more than a suggestion. I left the truck parked in a small clearing and hiked the final 3 miles, the air growing cooler and cleaner with every step, the scent of pine and damp earth filling my lungs. The entrance to the Whispering Maw was exactly as described, a dark, vertical slit in a towering cliff face, partially obscured by moss and ferns. It looked like a wound in the ancient rock. As I approached, I could hear the whispering the locals spoke of, the low, mournful sigh as the wind was squeezed through the opening. It was a simple, explainable acoustic phenomenon, and I smiled to myself, feeling a familiar thrill of anticipation. After a final check of my gear, I switched on my headlamp, its powerful LED beam, cutting a perfect white circle in the gloom. I squeezed through the entrance, the rough stone scraping against my pack, and in an instant, the world of sun and wind and trees was gone. I was in. The air inside was immediately heavy, cool and still, carrying the clean, mineral scent of wet limestone. The whispering of the wind vanished, replaced by an immediate and profound silence that felt like a physical weight. The entrance passage was tight, forcing me to crawl on my hands and knees for the first 50 feet. My lamp illuminated a tunnel of gray rock, slick with moisture that glittered like a million tiny diamonds. Then, the passage opened up. I found myself in a chamber of breathtaking scale. I stood on a ledge overlooking a vast, sloping room that must have been 200 feet across. My headlamp beam, powerful as it was, couldn't reach the far wall. The ceiling soared into darkness far above. All around me were colossal formations, the patient work of millennia. Stalactites, thick as ancient tree trunks, hung from the unseen ceiling. Stalagmites rose from the floor to meet them, some joining to form massive, gnarled columns. Curtains of flowstone, like frozen waterfalls of calcite, draped the walls in milky white sheets. It was a cathedral of stone, utterly silent, utterly still, and utterly perfect. For 3 hours I was lost in that perfection. I moved with a practiced, methodical grace, my boots making soft crunching sounds on the calcite, dusted floor. I took readings, made sketches in my waterproof notebook, and photographed the most spectacular formations. I rappelled down a 30-foot drop into a lower level, the rope sliding smoothly through my descender. This new system of passages was narrower, more intimate. The walls were covered in delicate, crystalline growths that shimmered in my light. The only sound was the rhythmic plink, plonk, plink of water dripping from a stalactite into a small, clear pool. It was a sound I knew well, the cave's own slow, steady heartbeat. It was during a short break, as I sat on a flat, topped boulder to drink some water and eat a protein bar, that I first heard it. At first, I wasn't even sure I had. It was a faint melodic thread of sound, so quiet it was almost imperceptible against the background. Noise of the dripping water and my own breathing. I froze, my hand halfway to my mouth, and listened. The silence rushed back in, absolute and complete. I shook my head, dismissing it. An auditory hallucination, perhaps. The profound silence and sensory deprivation of cave can play tricks on the mind. I'd experienced it before, hearing phantom whispers or clicks that were nothing more than the brain trying to create patterns from nothing. I went back to my snack, but the spell of the cave's tranquility was broken. I was listening now, straining my ears against the silence, and then I heard it again. This time it was clearer. It was a melody, a simple, lilting tune, like something from a child's music box. It was distant, seeming to come from deeper within the cave system, down the passage that continued past the chamber I was in. My blood ran cold. Every rational instinct in my body screamed for an explanation. It had to be the wind, finding its way through some unseen, circuitous fissure to the surface, but that didn't make sense. The sound was too clear, too structured. It wasn't the chaotic, sighing noise of wind, it was a sequence of notes. Could it be another person? Another cavern? The thought was almost as unsettling as the alternative. I hadn't seen another vehicle, another footprint, any sign of another human being for miles. To be this deep in an unmapped system and stumble upon someone else without any prior coordination was unheard of. I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the confined space. "Hello, is anyone there?" My call echoed back at me, distorted and hollow. "There. What there? Where?" And then silence. But underneath the fading echoes, the melody continued, unaffected and uninterrupted. It hadn't paused. It hadn't reacted. Then came the detail that truly began to unravel me. As I listened with an intensity that made my temples throb, I realized it wasn't a music box. It was singing. It was the sound of voices. Not one, but several singing in unison. The pitch was high, the timbre clear and pure. It was the sound of children. A chorus of children singing a soft, gentle lullaby, deep within the bowels of the unmapped earth. The sound wasn't echoing properly. In that environment of stone and water, every noise I made, every footstep, every rustle of my gear, bounced off 100 surfaces. But this singing, it seemed to be absorbed by the rock. It had no echo. It was just there. A clean, pure, impossible sound. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the soft, insidious melody. My training, my logic, my 2 decades of experience were screaming at me to turn back, to pack my gear and get out, to return to the world of sun and explainable noises. But another part of me, a deeper, more reckless curiosity, was captivated. I had to know. I had to see. I stood up, leaving my half-eaten protein bar on the rock. I checked my headlamp, its beam feeling suddenly fragile and inadequate. With my heart in my throat, I took a step, then another, moving out of the chamber and into the dark passage from which the impossible music was flowing. The passage swallowed the light from my headlamp, its entrance a perfect maw of blackness. Every instinct honed by 20 years of underground exploration screamed at me to stop, to retreat to the known safety of the previous chamber, and make my way back to the surface. But the singing, that clear, impossible melody, acted like a current, pulling me forward into the unknown. My boots crunched on the gravelly floor, the sound jarringly loud against the soft, continuous music. The air in this new tunnel was different. The clean, damp mineral smell was gone, replaced by something else. An odor that was old and dry, like dust from a sealed tomb, and something vaguely, unpleasantly organic, like decaying autumn leaves. The deeper I went, the louder the singing became. It was no longer a faint, distant thread of sound. It was a constant, enveloping presence. I could now discern the words sung in English with the sweet, slightly off-key innocence that only children possess. The melody was simple, a repetitive circular tune like a nursery rhyme. But the lyrics were strange, nonsensical, and deeply unsettling. The stone is cold. The dark is deep, down where the silent fathers sleep. One little candle, burning low, nowhere to run, nowhere to go. The verse repeated, over and over, a gentle, horrifying loop. Who were the silent fathers? What little candle? The words meant nothing and everything all at once, painting a picture of cold, dark entrapment. The lack of echo was more pronounced here. The children's voices seemed to emanate directly from the air around me, or perhaps from the rock itself. When I stopped walking, the crunching of my boots ceased, but the singing went on, a seamless, pure sound without reverberation. I tried to pinpoint a direction, turning my head slowly from side to side, but it was useless. The sound was omnidirectional, as if I were wearing a set of invisible headphones. My rational mind desperately sought an explanation. Could it be a prank? Some elaborate hoax set up by other cavers? The logistics were staggering. To rig a high-fidelity sound system this deep into an unmapped cave, to power it, to hide it so perfectly, was more improbable than the singing itself. And for what purpose? What kind of person would haul tons of gear into the wilderness for such a bizarre, pointless trick? I dismissed the idea. This felt ancient. It was not the work of man. The passage itself began to change. The walls, which had been the familiar, jagged limestone of a natural solutional cave, became smoother, the curves more uniform. It felt less like a tunnel carved by water, and more like one that had been intentionally shaped. My light slid across surfaces that were unnervingly flat, marked with strange, faint patterns that were not the fossil records I was used to seeing. They looked like scratches, long and parallel, as if something had been dragged through the passage countless times over centuries. The floor sloped steadily downwards, and I had to brace myself with each step, my gloved hands pressed against the cold, smooth walls. Fear was a cold knot in my stomach. This wasn't the healthy, respectful fear of heights or unstable rock. This was a different beast entirely. It was a creeping, existential dread, the fear of the incomprehensible. My heart rate was erratic, and I could feel a tremor in my hands that had nothing to do with the cave's temperature. I forced myself to stop, to take a deep, steadying breath. The dry, dusty air caught in my throat. I was Lucas Fairchild. I had faced down rockfalls and equipment failures. I was a master of this environment. I would not be undone by a sound. But the sound was everything. The gentle, innocent voices were a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness and the growing sense of malevolence that permeated the very stone around me. I started to feel watched. It was an irrational sensation, a prickling on the back of my neck that defied logic. My headlamp cut a sharp, lonely cone through the absolute black, and the darkness outside that beam felt alive, watchful. I kept sweeping the light from side to side, into every small crack and crevice, half expecting to see a pair of eyes staring back at me. I saw nothing but rock. The singing grew louder still. It was no longer in the background, it was the entire world. The simple melody bored its way into my mind, the nonsensical lyrics echoing in my thoughts, even when the actual sound dipped for a moment between verses. The stone is cold, the dark is deep, down where the silent fathers sleep. I imagined a group of children standing just around the next bend. Perhaps they were lost. The thought was horrifying, but it was, at least, a tangible, explainable horror. A rescue mission. I knew what to do in that scenario. "Hello," I shouted again, my voice raw with tension. "I'm here to help. Where are you?" The singing did not falter. It continued its serene, maddening loop, completely ignoring my desperate plea. It was as if I didn't exist. My voice, unlike theirs, echoed wildly down the smooth passage, a chaotic human sound that felt like a violation of this place. The contrast was terrifying. My sound bounced and faded. Theirs was absolute and constant. The downward slope leveled out, and the passage widened. I could see the end of the tunnel ahead, a high, arched opening that led into a larger space. The light from my headlamp didn't penetrate the darkness beyond, suggesting a chamber of significant size. The singing was now overwhelmingly loud, pouring out from that dark archway. This was it. This was the source. My fear was now a physical thing, a crushing weight on my chest that made each breath a struggle. Every nerve ending was on fire. I unclipped a carabiner from my harness, its metallic click unnaturally sharp, and held it in my fist, my knuckles white. It was a pathetic weapon against the unknown, but the feel of the cold, solid metal was a small comfort. I took the final steps towards the archway, slowly, deliberately planting my boots, with care to make as little noise as possible. The singing washed over me, a tidal wave of pure, clear, childish voices. It was beautiful. It was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. I reached the edge of the opening and stopped, peering into the chamber beyond. I raised my headlamp, sweeping its powerful beam from left to right in a slow, steady arc. The chamber was immense, almost perfectly circular, with a high, domed ceiling that was lost in the upper darkness. The walls were as smooth as the passage that led here, a uniform, unbroken curtain of dark gray stone. The floor was flat and barren, covered in a fine layer of the same dry dust. There were no stalactites, no stalagmites, no formations of any kind. It was a sterile, empty, silent-looking place. Except it wasn't silent. The singing was deafening here, seeming to press in on me from all sides, vibrating in my bones, in my teeth. It was the sound of a dozen children standing right next to me, singing directly into my ears. But the chamber was empty. My light cut through the gloom, illuminating every square inch of the vast, circular room. There was nowhere to hide. No crevices, no ledges, no other passages. There was nothing. No children, no speakers, no source. There was nothing but bare, ancient stone. The light from my headlamp revealed only the truth of the emptiness. My mind refused to process what my senses were telling me. I stumbled forward a few steps into the center of the room, turning in a full circle, my light beam dancing manically across the barren walls. The singing swelled, the final verse clear as a bell. One little candle, burning low. Nowhere to run, nowhere to go. Then the singing stopped. Not faded, not tapered off. It just cut out. The silence that rushed in was more shocking than the noise had been. It was absolute, a physical blow that made my ears ring. The chamber was dead quiet, and in that crushing, profound silence, I heard a new sound. a sound that had been there all along, but had been drowned out by the impossible chorus. It was the echo of my own boots crunching in the dust, my own ragged, panicked breathing, my own frantic, terrified heartbeat. My sounds, the only real sounds in the empty, silent chamber. And for the first time in my life, deep in the heart of the earth, the sound of my own presence was the most terrifying thing of all. For a long moment, I was paralyzed. I stood in the dead center of that sterile, circular chamber, a statue of terror in a tomb of silence. The abrupt cessation of the singing had been like a physical blow, leaving a ringing void in its wake. All that was left was the frantic, biological soundtrack of my own fear, the rasp of air in my lungs, the frantic drumming of my heart, the crunch of my boots in the fine, gray dust. My own sounds. In the world I had always loved for its profound quiet, my own existence had become the most terrifying thing. The echoes I created were a desecration, a confirmation that I was alone. Utterly, terribly alone. My mind, the logical, methodical mind of an explorer, was shattered. It scrabbled for purchase, for any rational explanation, and found nothing but smooth, featureless walls of impossibility. There was no source for the sound. There were no children. There was only me and the evidence of my own sanity fraying at the edges. Was this what madness felt like? A complete and total disconnect between what your senses report and what you know to be true. My headlamp beam, which had been dancing wildly, began to steady as a new, colder fear began to seep in, displacing the initial panic. This wasn't just an anomaly, it was a place. A place with rules I didn't understand, and I had broken them simply by being here. The urge to flee was a primal scream in my soul. Turn and run. Don't look back. Scramble up the passage and don't stop until the sun is on your face. I forced my legs to move, turning back towards the arched entrance of passage I'd come from. As I turned, my light swept across the floor, and I saw them. In the fine, undisturbed dust covering the entire chamber, there was only one set of tracks, my own. The heavy, cleated prints of my caving boots led from the passage entrance directly to where I now stood. They were the only marks in a sea of gray. The dust was as smooth and untouched as a fresh layer of snow. But that wasn't right. My eyes traced the path of my light again, slower this time. My mind replayed the last few moments. The singing, the overwhelming, deafening chorus of a dozen children. It had come from all around me. It had vibrated in my teeth. They were here. My gaze fell to the floor again, just at the edge of my own boot prints. And then I understood. The dust wasn't untouched. It was my perspective that was wrong. I was looking for impressions in the dust. But the marks were the dust itself. Faintly, so faintly it was almost a trick of the light, the gray dust was arranged in patterns. I knelt, my knees sinking into the powder, and brought my headlamp closer. All around my footprints were the outlines of other, smaller prints. Hundreds of them. The tiny, perfect outlines of small, bare feet. They weren't depressions. It was as if the dust had settled around where feet had once been, leaving a ghostly, almost invisible record. They overlapped, crisscrossed, and pointed in every direction, a chaotic dance frozen in time. And as I stared, a horrifying realization washed over me. The dust inside these outlines was slightly finer, slightly lighter in color, as if it had been displaced by the pressure of the small foot that had stood there for a very, very long time. I scrambled backwards, away from the ghostly prints, my heart seizing in my chest. I was not alone. I had never been alone. I was standing in their room, My clumsy, heavy boot prints were a sacrilege on their playground. I had to get out. Now, I didn't run. Running in a cave is suicide. But my retreat was a desperate, controlled flight. I moved back through the arched passage, my gaze fixed on the darkness ahead, refusing to look behind me. The silence was a living thing now, pressing in on my back, full of unspoken, unheard threats. The passage, which had seemed merely strange on the way in, now felt overtly menacing. The smooth walls seemed to curve inwards. The ceiling felt lower. The faint scratches I had noticed before now looked fresh in my light. The marks of fingernails dragged through stone. I kept moving, my breath coming in ragged bursts. The climb back up the sloping floor was arduous, my legs trembling with adrenaline. Every drip of water from the ceiling, a sound that had once been a comfort, now sounded like a footstep behind me. I imagined small, bare feet padding silently on the stone, just at the edge of my light. I didn't dare look back. I knew, with an unshakable and irrational certainty, that if I looked back, I would see them. Halfway up the passage, it began again. It was not the chorus. It was a single voice, a little girl, and she was humming. The same simple, circular nursery rhyme. It was quiet, so quiet, like she was humming to herself, and it was coming from right behind me. A strangled sob escaped my throat. I picked up my pace, my controlled retreat breaking into a panicked scramble. The humming got closer, clearer. Then it stopped. The silence returned for a moment, and I thought, prayed, that it was my mind playing tricks on me. Then came the whisper. It was not in the air. It was not a sound that traveled to my ears. It was a voice that bloomed directly inside my own head. Lucas. It was the sweet, innocent voice of a child, and it knew my name. That broke me. All pretense of control, of training, of experience vanished. I ran. I ran blindly. Stumbling through the darkness, my headlamp beam bouncing off the walls in a nauseating blur. The carabiner was still clutched in my fist, a useless talisman. Behind me, the humming started again, joined by a soft, rhythmic scraping sound. The sound of something being dragged. I burst out of the smooth passage and back into the large cathedral-like chamber with its familiar stalactites. I didn't stop. I scrambled towards the rope I had left dangling from the upper ledge. My hands, slick with sweat, fumbled with my ascenders. The metallic clicks as I attached them to the rope were the only sounds. The humming had stopped the moment I left its passage. I hauled myself up the rope, my muscles screaming in protest. I didn't look down. I climbed with the desperate strength of a drowning man, expecting at any moment to feel a small, cold hand close around my ankle. When I reached the top of the ledge, I didn't pause to retrieve my rope. I left it there, dangling into the abyss. I fled through the upper passages, crawling, squeezing, running when I could. Finally, I saw it. A different quality of darkness ahead. A vertical slit of gray against the absolute black. The entrance. I threw myself at it, squeezing through the narrow opening, the rough stone tearing at my clothes and skin. And then I was out. I collapsed onto a bed of moss and ferns, gasping in the cool evening air. The sun had set, and the sky was a deep indigo, pricked with the first stars. The wind was rustling the leaves in the trees, a gentle, natural sound that made me want to weep with relief. I lay there for what felt like an hour, my body shaking uncontrollably, until the last of the adrenaline drained away, leaving me weak and hollow. I never mapped the Whispering Maw Caverns. I never filed a report. I drove for 18 hours straight, stopping only for gas, until I was home. I threw my gear into a corner of my garage, where it sits to this day, covered in a fine layer of gray dust. I have not been in a cave since. I can no longer bear the silence. The quiet places I once sought for peace are now filled with a phantom echo, a nursery rhyme I can't forget. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house is still and I am hovering on the edge of sleep, I hear it. A faint, childish humming, and sometimes a whisper right in my ear that speaks my name. My name is Stephanie Ward, and I have walked sections of the Appalachian Trail for the last 8 years of my life. I'm not a through hiker, not one of the hardy few who carry their lives on their backs for 6 straight months. I am what they call a section hiker, a person who tackles the trail piece by piece, whenever life, money, and time allow. My reasons for coming back each year are simple: solitude, challenge, and the way the trail humbles me. I've learned how to sleep on roots, to carry water when streams dry up, to patch blisters until they harden into callus. I've learned the way silence fills your ears when the forest presses close, and how every night sound feels larger when you're alone beneath thin nylon walls. But nothing, none of the storms, snakes, or dark nights, prepared me for what I encountered near Hot Springs, North Carolina. It was there, in the long folds of mountains, that I met a hiker whose pale, peeling face still lingers behind my eyelids whenever I close them. That spring, I had taken a week off from work to do a stretch starting south of Hot Springs. My pack was heavier than I wanted, as usual, because I always overpacked food and underpacked patience. The air was damp with that constant Appalachian humidity, heavy with the smell of earth and moss. Dogwoods were blooming along the lower slopes, and the sound of distant water kept slipping in and out of hearing, like the trail itself whispered reminders of how alive it was. I set a steady pace, slower than the younger hikers, who sometimes passed me with easy smiles, but steady enough to make mileage each day. The first 3 nights went as planned: shelters half full, conversations by firelight, and the usual swapping of stories that happens between strangers with the same blisters. But on the 4th afternoon, just a few miles from Hot Springs, the trail grew quiet in a way that made me uneasy. I hadn't seen another hiker for hours. No chatter, no clacking trekking poles ahead or behind. Just the steady crunch of my boots and the breathing of the forest. That was when I saw him. He stood where the trail curved around a ridge, tall and angular beneath a too large pack. His face was the first thing I noticed, so pale it seemed almost gray, and peeling like he had spent too long in sunburn without healing. His lips looked dry, cracked at the corners. When he turned toward me, his eyes were a washed-out blue, the kind of color you see in faded cloth left too long in the sun. "Water," he said, voice rasping, barely above a whisper. My instinct was simple kindness. Hikers help each other. It's an unspoken rule of the trail. I slid my pack off, unscrewed my bottle, and handed it over. His hands were cold when they brushed mine, colder than I expected for the mild spring air. He tilted the bottle, drank slow, and some of the water dribbled down his chin, soaking into the cracked skin. I remember watching it trace paths down his peeling face, as though the skin itself didn't want to hold it. He handed the bottle back without thanks, without expression. Just a flat, hollow look. I nodded, shouldered my pack, and stepped past him. I felt the weight of his gaze on my back as I walked, the silence stretching too long, and something in me tightened. I turned, intending to offer a simple, safe hiking, the kind of trail farewell you give anyone. But he wasn't there. Only his pack lay on the ground, upright and zipped, as though set down carefully. The man himself had vanished between one step and the next. The trail behind me was empty. No sound of boots, no movement in the undergrowth. Nothing but the shape of his pack, resting alone in the dirt. I stood frozen, gripping my trekking poles, so hard my knuckles ached. My eyes scanned the trees, the slope falling away beside the ridge, the shadows pooling under laurel thickets. The forest was quiet, but not in the normal way. This was oppressed, heavy silence, like every living thing was holding its breath. I should have left. Any reasonable person would have quickened their pace and kept walking. But curiosity, or maybe disbelief, made me step back toward the pack. It was old, an external frame style no one really used anymore. The canvas faded to dull green. A patch near the top read, MEC, a brand I knew from Canadian outfitters. The zippers were tarnished, scratched by years of use. "Hello," I called, my voice thin in the stillness. "You dropped your pack." No answer. I waited longer than I should have, scanning every shadow, until the hairs on my arms lifted with the certainty that I was being watched. The pack gave off no sign of ownership. No tag, no name. I didn't touch it. My hands trembled at the thought, because a voice in my head whispered that if I did, I might find it damp with sweat, or worse, cold with something else. So I backed away, step by careful step, until the curve of the trail carried me forward again. The silence followed me, pressing at my shoulders, until at last the sound of a woodpecker cracked it open, and I realized I'd been holding my breath for minutes. That night I reached a shelter near hot springs. Other hikers were already there, laughter spilling like normal life, pots clanging, fire sparking. I joined them, glad for the company, but I couldn't shake the thought of the pale hiker. His peeling face haunted the edges of conversation, and every time someone walked up the trail, my stomach clenched. When I finally asked, casually, whether anyone had seen a man with a pale face, carrying an old external frame pack, the shelter went quiet. One of the older men, trail name Ridgeback, stared at me a long moment before answering. "Did he ask for water?" he said. I nodded. The fire popped between us. Ridgeback's voice dropped lower. "He's been on this stretch for years. Some folks call him the pale hiker. Shows up when you're alone. Always asks for water. You turn your head, he's gone. Always leaves the pack." I laughed nervously, waiting for the punchline, but none came. The others shifted uneasily, glancing at the shadows beyond the shelter. Ridgeback spat into the dirt. "Some say he died of thirst out here. Some say he got lost, never made it off the ridge. Either way, folks that see him don't forget it." I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning I woke stiff, my sleeping bag damp with condensation. The fire had burned out during the night, and a thin fog crept between the trees, turning the world into washed-out gray. The other hikers stirred, coughing into hands, lighting stoves, whispering about mileage. I stayed quiet, rolling up my gear, but my eyes kept straying toward the trail leading back up the ridge. I wanted to believe Ridgeback had only been spinning a campfire tale. Every trail has its stories, phantoms, hermits, strange noises. Half of them are meant to scare newcomers, and the other half are embellishments piled on by tired hikers with good imaginations. But something about the man's tone stayed with me. He hadn't been joking. The others hadn't laughed. By mid-morning, I set out again. My plan was simple: hike into hot springs, rest for a night, then push further south. But the trail kept pulling my mind backward. I found myself listening for footsteps behind me, for the rasp of his voice asking for water. Every hiker I passed I studied too long, looking for pale skin, peeling cheeks, dry lips. None of them matched. The closer I came to hot springs, the heavier the air grew, as though the mountains pressed down harder the lower I walked. I stopped for a break at a small overlook, where the French Broad River wound silver through the valley. Sunlight tried to break the clouds but couldn't. The view should have felt like relief, civilization just ahead. But instead my stomach turned tight. That was when I noticed the pack. It sat propped against the wooden railing of the overlook, the same faded green, the same external frame glinting dull in the light. My breath caught. I scanned the trees. No one. Not a soul on the trail. The pack looked exactly as it had the day before, though I had left it miles back on the ridge. There was no way someone had carried it here. Unless the man himself had. I stepped closer, my boots scuffing the dirt, the world narrowing to the shape of that pack. My hands trembled. This time, against every shred of good sense, I crouched and touched the canvas. It was damp. Not from rain. It hadn't rained since yesterday, but damp the way clothes feel after being worn too long. A sour, earthy smell clung to it. Something human and unwashed. My fingertips recoiled, but not before brushing across a stitched patch near the bottom. Letters frayed with time spelled out something faint ward. I froze. That was my name. The air seemed to thin. My heart pounded against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. The patch wasn't neat, wasn't factory made. It looked hand-stitched, thread uneven, like someone had sewn it in a hurry. I dropped the pack and stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the railing. When I blinked, the pack was gone. The space against the railing was empty, bare wood damp with fog. My breath came sharp, ragged. My fingers still tingled with the memory of the damp fabric. I forced myself back on the trail, moving fast, every instinct screaming not to stop until I reached town. My legs burned, my shoulders ached, but I didn't slow down. I passed 2-day hikers, nodded without speaking, and they looked at me strangely, probably because I must have looked pale as bone. When I finally stepped into hot springs, relief hit like a wave. The town is small, one street of diners, outfitters, and inns, but to me it felt like a fortress. Civilization, light, people. I checked into a small hostel, dumped my pack in a bunk room, and walked straight to the diner. I thought maybe food would settle me. Maybe the chatter of voices would wash away what I'd seen. But when the waitress came by, older woman with sharp eyes, I asked before I could stop myself, "Mom, have you ever heard of a pale hiker? Someone people say asks for water." Her face stilled. For a moment she looked like she'd forgotten how to smile. Then she leaned closer, voice low. "You saw him?" I swallowed. "I think so." She straightened, rubbing her hands down her apron. "Don't go back out alone. Folks around here have been seeing him since I was a girl. Some call him a ghost. Some say he's a warning. Either way, he shows up when he wants, and never when you're ready." The room seemed smaller after that, the clink of plates distant. I forced myself to eat, but the food tasted like dust. Back at the hostel, I found the bunk room empty. I thought maybe a shower would calm me, wash away the clinging unease. The water ran lukewarm, the pipes groaning, and steam clouded the small stall. I closed my eyes, trying to breathe. When I opened them again, I nearly screamed. Through the fog glass of the shower door, I saw the shape of a pack propped against the wall. Green canvas, frame jutting at angles. My chest seized. I yanked the door open. Nothing. Just the cracked tiles, the dripping faucet, the smell of old soap. No pack. I wrapped a towel around myself, heart slamming, every hair on my body standing on end. My clothes felt heavier than they should as I pulled them on. In the mirror, my reflection looked pale, skin drawn tight across my cheekbones, eyes wide like a trapped animal. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old hostel made me jolt awake. Around 3 a.m. I sat up, certain I heard footsteps in the hall. Slow dragging. A scrape like boots too worn. They paused outside my door. I held my breath. The knob didn't turn. After a long moment, the steps moved on, fading into silence. At dawn I was packed and ready. My hand shook as I tightened the straps. I should have gone home. I should have driven away and never looked back. But something in me needed answers. If I didn't face it, I would carry the pale hiker with me forever, a shadow stitched into my mind. So instead of catching a bus, I walked back onto the trail. The trail leaving Hot Springs was quiet in the early morning. Mist hung low over the river, and the wooden bridge creaked under my boots. My body ached from too little sleep, but my mind was sharper than it had ever been, every nerve drawn tight as wire. I didn't know what I was hoping for. Closure, maybe, or proof that what I'd seen wasn't just a twist in twisting shadows. But as I climbed back into the forest, I knew one thing with certainty. I wasn't alone. Every switchback, every hollow, every patch of laurel seemed to hold breath waiting. Birds called now and then, but even they sounded muted, as if the forest itself was reluctant to break the silence. I walked with my water bottle clipped at my side, swinging to slightly with each step, the slosh inside reminding me of his rasping voice water. Around midday I stopped to rest by a creek, dipping my bottle into the flow, watching bubbles trail around the rocks. That's when I saw the reflection. Not mine. The water rippled, bending the shape, but the face was unmistakable. Peeling, blue eyes staring up from beneath the surface. His lips cracked as they moved, though no sound came out. I staggered back, the bottle slipping from my hand, caught by the current and carried away downstream. The reflection faded, leaving only water, only stones. I didn't chase the bottle. My throat was dry, but I didn't care. I just picked up my pack and pushed forward. By late afternoon, I reached a ridge I remembered from maps. The sun was sinking, orange spilling through the gaps in the trees. That was when I saw it again, the pack, propped neatly in the center of the trail. Same faded canvas, same frame. Only this time, the flap was open. I froze. The stitching on the bottom still read ward. My name, threads fraying like veins. The flap moved slightly in the breeze, opening wider, revealing something inside. Against every instinct, I stepped closer. There was a journal. The cover was worn leather, edges curling from damp. The kind of book a hiker might carry decades ago. My hands shook as I reached for it, heart slamming against my ribs, but when my fingers brushed the spine, a coldness ran up my arm so sharp it made me gasp. Still, I pulled it free. The pages were warped, smeared with water stains, but the writing was legible, cramped in fading ink. I flipped through until one entry caught me. April 12, 1989. I asked again. She gave me water. She looked like me. Same name. I don't know what that means, but I think I'm close. My stomach dropped. I read it again, the word swimming. Same name. Same name. I flipped further. The dates ran strange. Decades old, then suddenly more recent. One page bore the exact date I had left for this trip, written in that same jagged hand. April 5, 2025. She's coming. The air thickened around me, pressing in. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering. I snapped the book shut and dropped it back into the pack. But the weight of those words clung to me. That was when I heard it. Footsteps. Behind me, slow, deliberate, I turned. He was there, the pale hiker. Face bleached, peeling skin curling at the edges, eyes washed, out blue. His lips cracked open, and this time the word was clearer, sharper, as though carried by the forest itself. Water. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the pack. My hand fumbled for the bottle at my side, but it was gone, lost to the creek. My throat was parched, mouth dry. But I knew if I gave him anything, if I gave him me, I wouldn't walk off this ridge. No, I whispered. My voice shook. His head tilted, peeling skin flaking into the breeze. He stepped forward. The air grew colder with each movement, the smell of damp canvas rising around me. I wanted to run, but my legs felt locked. His voice rasped again. Water. It wasn't a request anymore. It was a demand. I closed my eyes and did the only thing I could think of. I ran straight past him. My body jolted with adrenaline. Legs pumping harder than they ever had, pack bouncing against my shoulders. I expected hands to clutch me, to drag me down, but none came. I didn't look back. Not once. The trail blurred beneath me, a twisting ribbon of roots and rock, until finally, hours later, I stumbled into another shelter. Empty, no fire, no voices, just silence. I collapsed onto the wooden planks, chest heaving, sweat stinging my eyes. When I dared to look up, my blood turned to ice. The pack was there, sitting neatly in the corner. I backed against the wall, heart hammering, every nerve screaming. The flap was open again, journal half visible, pages fluttering though no breeze stirred. My name glared up at me in uneven stitching, the threads glinting in the dim light. I don't remember falling asleep. When dawn came, the pack was gone. Only the faint smell of damp canvas lingered, and the taste of thirst burned the back of my throat. I made it off the trail that day. I hitchhiked the first chance I got, left the mountains behind me like they were fire. But no matter how far I've gone since, I still see him. In mirrors fogged with steam, in puddles after rain, sometimes even in my dreams, where he waits with peeling skin and blue eyes, whispering the same word. Water. And sometimes, when I wake, my throat is so dry it feels like I might never drink enough again. My name is Miles Connor, and though I've spent most of my adult life chasing solitude in the woods and mountains of North Carolina, nothing prepared me for what I saw the night I camped beside Fontana Lake. I'm writing this down not because I think anyone will believe me. Honestly, I don't fully believe it myself, but because memory doesn't let me rest. Every time I try to convince myself it was exhaustion, or trick light on water, or the brain inventing shapes to explain shadows, I feel again the weight of those eyes, and I know it was something else. I grew up not far from the Smoky Mountains, so Fontana Lake was a place I'd always heard about. Fishermen praised its waters. Hikers spoke of the long, quiet trails that wrapped around it. And my grandfather swore he'd once seen the fog lift to reveal the most beautiful sunrise of his life there. I had camped many places, from the Appalachian Trail shelters to rough clearings in the Pisgah National Forest, but that August I was searching for somewhere more remote, a stretch of shoreline where I could pitch my tent and spend a night without any road noise. No camp neighbors, just water and woods. The day began as any other trip would. I parked near the dam, slung my pack, and hiked along a side trail that dipped toward the water's edge. The air was heavy, hot cicadas buzzing their endless static from the trees. By mid-afternoon, I found the spot I wanted. A sloping patch of ground where the trees thinned out to reveal the lake, glassy and wide. The shoreline curled into a shallow crescent. Smooth stones, crunching underfoot, the kind that looked as though waves had licked them for centuries, until no sharpness remained. I pitched my tent under a pair of sycamores, their pale bark flaking like old paint. The ground was uneven, but manageable with a sleeping pad. Once I had camp set, I boiled water, made a bland dinner of noodles, and then sat watching the last light slip across the water. Fontana Lake stretched out like a sheet of black glass, broken only when a breeze moved across it, sending shivers to the far shore. I should have felt peace. That was the whole point. Get away, breathe deep, let the rhythm of the water soak into me. Yet even as the sun slid low, I kept feeling like the woods had fallen strangely silent. Not dead silent, but cautious. Crickets chirped, but their rhythm faltered now and then, like they were pausing mid-song to listen. An owl hooted once, then nothing. Night fell fast. The Smokies do that. They swallow daylight whole. I lit a small fire, nothing more than a pile of sticks to crackle and spit sparks, then leaned back on my pack and let the warmth touch my face. My flashlight lay close by, though I didn't think I'd need it for anything but a bathroom break in the brush. Around midnight, the air grew heavier, thick enough to cling to my throat. I sat up, uncomfortable, and that was when I heard the first sound. Not waves, not fish breaking the surface. It was the sound of water moving in a place that should have been still. I turned toward the lake. Moonlight cut across the surface, pale silver that shimmered faintly, and that's when I saw it. Something was rising out of the lake. At first, I thought it was a swimmer, some lunatic who decided to take a midnight dip. Shoulders, then a torso. But the figure wasn't pale like skin. It was black, darker than the water itself, a void shaped like a man. It climbed upward, though no ripple spread from it. No sound of dripping echoed in the night. The thing simply stepped out of the lake as if the water had been painted on its body and then peeled away. I froze. My fire crackled. The figure stood still. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet. No detail, no features. Just a man shape carved from midnight. It faced me, perfectly still, as water slid down its form without ever hitting the ground. Droplets vanished before they touched the stones. I couldn't breathe. My instinct screamed at me to grab the flashlight, to blast it with light, but something stronger kept me still. The idea of moving, of breaking the fragile line between us, felt dangerous, like shifting even one muscle would make it react. We stared at each other. At least, I think it stared. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt them pressing on me. 2 points of attention sharp enough to cut. Seconds, or maybe minutes, passed before I finally blinked. When I opened my eyes again, the shadow was gone. The shoreline stood empty, moonlight scattered on water that lay flat and still. I scrambled for the flashlight then, clicked it on, and whipped the beam across the stones. Nothing. Just my boot prints, the neat pile of firewood, the tent flaps stirring in a breath of wind. No dripping trail. No disturbance. No sign anything had been there at all. I told myself I had fallen asleep by the fire and dreamed it. My heart pounded so hard my chest hurt, but I clung to the explanation like a rope. Exhaustion, imagination, the mind creating shapes where shadows dance. That had to be it. And yet, when I crawled into my tent and zipped the door, the silence pressed heavier than ever. Every noise outside, the branch creaking, the water lapping, sounded deliberate, like something waiting. I barely slept. Each time I drifted close, I felt the weight of that gaze again, dragging me back to waking. Once, I thought I heard footsteps outside my tent, stones shifting softly under weight. But when I held my breath and listened, all I could hear was my own blood rushing in my ears. When dawn came, I stumbled out to find the lake exactly as it should be. No footprints, no signs, just glittering water under the rising sun. I almost laughed at myself then. Almost. But when I walked to the edge and crouched to splash water on my face, I noticed something that stopped me. In the smooth stones, one rock stood out, blacker than the rest, slick as if just pulled from deep water. When I touched it, my fingers came away dry. I dropped it instantly and stepped back, my throat tight. I told myself to pack and leave, to get the hell out before my nerves unraveled completely. But part of me, some reckless, stubborn part, decided to stay. Maybe because I didn't want fear to drive me away. Maybe because I thought I could prove to myself that nothing had happened at all. That choice is one I regret more than any other. I should have packed my things that morning and left Fontana Lake behind. Every sensible part of me whispered that. But pride is a tricky thing. I'd built the night up in my head as proof of how easily fear can warp a man's senses. How shadows become monsters if you let your imagination feed them. Walking away would have been admitting I couldn't tell the difference. So instead of leaving, I went about the day as if nothing had happened. I brewed instant coffee on my little stove, chewed down an energy bar, and tried to convince myself I could shake it off. The forest looked too ordinary to house anything unnatural, sun dripping through green leaves. Birds singing again as if they'd been holding their breath all night. The lake itself gleamed with light, calm and bright, dotted here and there with the splash of fish. I even convinced myself to swim. Around mid-morning, heat pressed hard enough that sweat beaded under my shirt, so I stripped down and waded into the water. The coolness was instant relief, wrapping me in a silence broken only by the muffled sound of my strokes. For a while, I floated on my back, staring up at the sky. Yet underneath the calm, a knot stayed tight in my stomach. I couldn't help thinking about the figure I'd seen rising from this same water, standing where I stood now. I found myself kicking back to shore sooner than I wanted, unnerved by how deep and dark the lake was beneath me. When I dragged myself out, I saw something odd, the same black stone from last night. It lay where I'd dropped it, a perfect oval that gleamed even under the harsh sun. Against my better judgment, I picked it up again. Smooth, cold, too cold. The moment I closed my fingers, I swear the lake's surface shifted, though no breeze stirred the trees. I put it back quickly. The rest of the afternoon stretched in uneasy stillness. I hiked along the shore, following deer tracks and snapping photos of mushrooms pushing up from damp logs. Normal things, small details that should have grounded me. Yet every time I stopped moving, I felt watched. Not by a person, not exactly, but by the lake itself. When evening returned, I made a larger fire than the night before, stacking wood high and keeping the flames tall. Some primal instinct told me light mattered. The thought of being caught in total darkness, after what I'd seen, chilled me more than the memory itself. As I sat by the fire, cooking rice in a tin cup, I caught myself scanning the water every few seconds. Always the same. Still surface, moonlight silvering the ripples. Nothing else. Around midnight, the air shifted again. Heavy. Damp. My chest tightened before I even realized why the silence had returned. The crickets had cut off. No frog croaked. The forest seemed to lean in around me, waiting. My skin prickled. I turned toward the lake. There it was again. The figure rose slowly, the way a shadow peels from a wall. First the head, then the shoulders, then the rest of the body, until it stood in the exact same spot as last night. A silhouette blacker than black, drinking up the moonlight without ripple or sound. This time, I forced myself to move. I grabbed the flashlight and clicked it on, shoving the beam straight at it. Nothing happened. The light didn't bounce off. It didn't cast a shadow. The beam seemed to vanish into the figure, as if it was a hole cut out of the world. My breath came short. I lowered the flashlight, heart hammering, and the figure tilted its head. Slowly. Not quite human. More like a curious animal. "Who's there?" I croaked, my voice breaking. No answer. The figure stepped forward. The sound hit me first. Stones shifting under a weight too heavy, yet the body made of nothing. Then the sight, droplets clinging to its shape, streaming down invisible curves, though the ground stayed bone dry. I stumbled back toward the fire. My legs felt weak, every nerve screaming to run, but something deeper anchored me. It was like being caught in a dream, where your body refuses to obey, no matter how much you command it. The figure stopped just outside the firelight, no more than 20 feet away. It stood still again, watching. I couldn't take it. My fear boiled into something else. Desperation, anger. I grabbed the black stone from the ground where I'd last seen it. Without thinking, I hurled it toward the figure. The stone vanished mid-air. Not dropped, not deflected. One instant it was flying. The next it was gone. Swallowed. The figure shuddered. For the first time, it moved with speed, twisting its head violently as if in pain. The air itself seemed to ripple, heat bending across the lake's surface. My fire roared, spitting sparks high, as though feeding off some unseen wind. And then, as suddenly as it had reacted, the figure dissolved. One moment solid, the next a smear of black sinking back into the water. The surface stilled. The silence broke. Crickets chirping, owls hooting. The world resuming as if nothing had paused at all. I fell to my knees, shaking. My throat burned with the taste of iron, though I hadn't bitten my tongue. For a long time, I just sat there. My fire cracked low. My flashlight dimmed. The woods carried on unconcerned. When dawn arrived, I was still awake. I didn't sleep a second, but I wasn't free. Because when I walked to the edge of the water, trembling, it sat in the exact same spot, gleaming like it had never moved. That day, exhaustion dogged me, but I couldn't leave. Something about the stone held me there. I told myself I wanted answers, that I needed to face whatever I'd seen. But deeper down, I think I was already caught. The shadow didn't just rise from the lake. It had reached into me, tangled with something I didn't know I carried. I spent the daylight wandering further along the shore, searching for any sign of other campers, any reason for what I'd seen. I found nothing. Just deer tracks, raccoon prints, the occasional coyote scat. Normal wilderness signs. But as the sun sank again, dread rooted deeper. I knew it would return. I thought about hiking out, but every time I packed a few things, I stopped cold. Leaving felt impossible. My mind spun with excuses. Too dark to hike safely. I'd trip and fall, better to wait until morning. But underneath those reasons was the truth. I didn't want to go. I wanted to see it again. That night, I built the biggest fire I could. Flames stretched high, wood crackling loud enough to echo against the trees. I wrapped my sleeping bag around me, sat close, and waited. The air thickened. The silence fell. And from the lake, the figure rose once more. This time, it wasn't alone. Another shadow rose beside it. Two figures stood at the edge of Fontana Lake. The first was the one I'd seen before. Tall, void dark. Human in outline, yet wrong in its silence. Its lack of detail. The second rose beside it, smaller, but no less impossible. Both shapes carried the same absence of reflection. The same dripping without water. My fire roared. The flames licking at the air like they knew something I didn't. The figures stood outside the light's reach, just beyond where warmth touched. I tried to stand, but my legs betrayed me. My body trembled like I'd been dropped in ice water. My breath came ragged, each inhale burning. The smaller one tilted its head, slow and deliberate. The larger copied the movement a heartbeat later, like they were mimicking one another, or mimicking me. I don't know what compelled me, but I whispered, "What do you want?" No answer. Instead, both stepped forward at once. Their feet pressed onto the stones, yet no sound rose this time, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I stumbled back closer to the fire. Clutching the flashlight, though, I knew it was useless. I thought of the stone. My eyes darted to the spot I'd left it. But it wasn't there. The smaller figure advanced until its edge touched the circle of firelight. I expected it to vanish, repelled by the brightness. But it didn't. It hovered there, wreathed in flame, glow still black as absence itself. The larger stopped beside it. Together they waited. Then I heard something. Not with my ears exactly. It was a vibration in my skull, a soundless pressure that formed into words without passing through the air. Stay. My chest seized. I gasped like I'd been plunged underwater. My heart pounded, veins thrumming with panic. The shadows didn't move, but the word repeated, heavier this time. Stay. Every part of me wanted to run. I even pictured it, grabbing my pack, bolting into the woods, leaving everything behind. But when I tried to win my body forward, my knees locked. My muscles refused. The command rooted me where I stood. The smaller figure stepped fully into the firelight. Its edges shimmered faintly, like heat haze, but no detail emerged. It was pure shape, a hollow man carved from void. I realized then that the lack of features wasn't absence. It was deliberate, like it was wearing a mask of nothing. My throat worked. Why me? The words cracked, half-sobbed. No answer. Just the weight of silence pressing harder. The larger shadow turned its head toward the lake. Then, in one impossibly smooth motion, it stepped backward into the water. Not a splash, not a ripple. It simply sank into the surface and was gone. The smaller one lingered. It lifted an arm, longer than proportion should allow, and extended a hand toward me. I froze. Every instinct screamed not to touch it. Yet the longer it held there, the more my will eroded. My own arm twitched, rising inch by inch, until my fingers stretched toward its outstretched hand. When the tips should have met, I felt nothing. No warmth, no cold. Just a sudden absence, as though my skin brushed against a hole in the air. The world buckled. For a second, I wasn't at Fontana Lake anymore. My vision filled with endless black water, a horizon that never curved, a sky without stars. Shapes drifted under the surface. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Human outlines, each dark as ink, moving slow and aimless, rising and falling like weeds in current. One by one, their heads turned toward me. The weight of their gaze crushed my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. Then, as quickly as it came, the vision snapped. I was back by my fire, knees in the dirt, sweat pouring down my face. The shadow had lowered its arm. I scrambled back, choking, desperate to put space between us. But the figure simply stepped away. It retreated to the lake's edge, then, without pause, slipped backward into the water and disappeared. Silence remained. The fire sputtered low, embers glowing red. My body shook so hard, I thought my bones might rattle loose. I don't remember falling asleep. I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion. When I woke, the sun was already high. Birds sang, the forest bustled with life. It was almost insulting, the normalcy of it all. I knew I had to leave. Whatever tether had bound me, there had frayed enough to give me the strength. I stuffed my gear into my pack with clumsy hands, stamped out the ashes of my fire, and slung the straps over my shoulders. But as I turned to go, my boot struck something solid. The black stone. It sat at the center of the circle where the fire had been, untouched by heat, gleaming cold as ever. I couldn't leave it. My body wouldn't let me. Against every shred of reason, I bent, picked it up, and shoved it into my pocket. The moment I did, the forest quieted. I don't mean the usual hush of wind dying down. I mean everything stopped. The cicadas cut off mid-chirp. Leaves froze without rustle. Even the lake stilled as if frozen solid. I staggered back, clutching the stone. Then, just as suddenly, the world resumed. I didn't wait. I bolted up the trail, heart hammering, lungs burning with each breath. I didn't stop until I saw the faint line of asphalt through the trees and my car waiting by the dam. When I finally collapsed inside, I ripped the stone from my pocket and threw it onto the passenger seat. It landed with a dull, final thud. I drove away, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles whitened. I told myself I'd toss the stone out the window, dump it on the roadside, hurl it into a ditch. But I didn't. Some part of me clung to it, even as fear clawed at my gut. I made it home. Days passed, weeks, and still, the stone sits on my desk. I've tried to get rid of it. Swear I have. I carried it to the river once, ready to fling it as far as my arm could manage. But the moment I raised my hand, something inside me locked. My arm wouldn't move. My chest burned with that same crushing weight from the lake, so I brought it back. At night, I dream of water. Black horizons, shapes rising, faces without features. I wake drenched in sweat, the sound of dripping in my ears though the room is bone dry. And sometimes, when the hour hits midnight, I glance toward the corner of my room and swear I see it. A figure, tall and still, darker than the dark itself, watching. I don't camp anymore. I don't hike. The ones that once gave me peace now feel like open doors, waiting to draw me back. I know one day I won't be able to resist. When that time comes, I think I'll return to Fontana Lake. And this time, I don't believe I'll come back.